in the deep dark night. Thank you, thank you. The sun is shining in the south, and I breathe you in, and I breathe you out, and I breathe in love, breathe out to give love, breathe in to hold love, breathe out to be love. In the morning, thank you, thank you. In the evening, thank you, thank you. In the middle of the day, thank you, thank you. In the deep dark night, thank you, thank you. The sun is setting in the west, and the birds begin to sing their rhapsody of rest, and I rest in love, rest to give love, rest to hold love, rest to be love. In the morning, hallelujah. In the evening, hallelujah. In the middle of the day, hallelujah. In the deep dark night, hallelujah. And I sing to love, sing to give love, sing to hold love, sing to be love, breathe in love, breathe out to give love, breathe in to hold love, breathe out to be love. Rest in love, rest to give love, rest to hold love, rest to be love. In the morning, hallelujah. In the evening, hallelujah. In the middle of the day, hallelujah. In the deep dark night, hallelujah. In the deep dark night, hallelujah. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me all right? Okay, all right. We have some gathering time here before things officially begin, and I'm gonna share a couple songs, and I just want you to know you are all invited to sing with. You don't have them anywhere in your papers. But this song is called Turning of the World, a song written by Ruth Pelham that you'll pick up pretty easily. I'm going to sing it through once, and each verse only one word will change. So here's how it goes. Let us sing this song for the turning of the world, that we may turn as one. With every voice, every song, we will move this world along, and our lives will feel the echo of our turning. With every voice, with every song, we will move this world along. With every voice, every song, we will move this world along, and our lives will feel the echo of our turning. And I'll help you out by calling out the words every once in a while. Let us sing this song for the turning of the world. Let us sing this song for the turning of the world, that we may turn as one. With every voice, every song, we will move this world along, and our lives will feel the echo of our turning. With every voice, with every voice, with every song, we will move this world along. With every voice, every song, we will move this world along, and our lives will feel the echo of our turning. And I'm going to raise it up a little bit. And the healing of the world now. Let us sing this song for the healing of the world, that we may heal as one. With every voice, every song, we will move this world along, and our lives will feel the echo of our healing. With every voice, with every voice, with every song, we will move this world along. With every voice, every song, we will move this world along, and our lives will feel the echo of our healing. And a little higher. This is the warming you up part. The loving. Let us sing this song for the loving of the world, that we may love as one. With every voice, every song, we will move this world along, and our lives will feel the echo of our loving. With every voice, with every voice, with every song, we will move this world along. With every voice, every song, we will move this world along, and our lives will feel the echo of our loving and our dreaming. Let us sing this song for the dreaming of the world, that we may dream as one. With every voice, every song, we will move this world along, and our lives will feel the echo of our dreaming. With every voice, with every song, we will move this world along. With every voice, every song, we will move this world along, and our lives will feel the echo of our dream, and our loving, and our lives will feel the echo of our love, and our healing and our lives will feel the echo of our heel. And our turning and our lives will feel the echo of our turning. This last song before we begin has a simple chorus. By breath, by blood, by body, by spirit. 3 B's and an S. Don't forget the body. So I invite you to sing on that chorus. It goes like this. By breath, by blood, by body, by spirit, we are all one. By breath, by blood, by body, by spirit, we are all one. I can't hear you. By breath, by blood, by body, by spirit, we are all one. By breath, by blood, by body, by spirit, we are all one. The air that is my breath is the air that you are breathing, and the air that is your breath is the air that I am breathing. The wind rising in my breast is the wind from the east, from the west, from the north, from the south, breathing in, breathing out. By breath, by blood, by body, by spirit, we are all one. By breath, by blood, by body, by spirit, we are all one. The water that is my blood, my sweat, tears from crying, is the water that is your blood. Your sweat, tears from crying, and the rising of the tide is in our veins, and in the ocean wide we are in the rising steam, rushing a river, running stream. By breath, by blood, by body, by spirit, we are all one. By breath, by blood, by body, by spirit, we are all one. The earth is dust, the earth is clay, flowers blossoming and fading. We are dust and we are clay. We are blossoming and fading. Every color, every sound, every place is holy ground. Oh, every living thing. Can you hear it laugh? Can you hear it sing? By breath, by blood, by body, by spirit, we are all one. By breath, by blood, by body, by spirit, we are all one. My soul flame burning is the fire in your heart. Your soul flame burning, we are spirit burning bright by the light of day. In the dark of night we are shining like the sun and like the moon, like the Holy One. By breath, by blood, by body, by spirit, we are all one. By breath, by blood, by body, by spirit, we are all one. By breath.
Thank you so much, Sarah Thompson, for being here today and leading us like that. Yes. And there will be more of that at the prelude before Summit Worship at 1 o'clock, too. So you'll be back. Well, good morning. My name is Kristen Foster. I chair the planning team for this EcoFaith Summit, so that's why I'm the one up here today. And on behalf of the Summit planning team and our 3 co-presenter synods, Northeastern Minnesota, Northwest Synod of Wisconsin, and the St. Paul Area Synod, and on behalf of our 20 Summit partners, welcome to the EcoFaith Summit 2024, which, as you know, is a summit about the cross currents in the flood, building arcs together for a livable planet. Welcome to the 323 of you who have chosen to participate. 94 to join us via live stream, and 229 who registered to be here at First Lutheran in Duluth and the Twin Ports across from the Great Lake of Superior. Welcome to the students here today from Augsburg University, from St. Olaf College, and from students and faculty from Luther Seminary. And a special welcome. Well, these are all special welcomes, right? Welcome to our presenting synod bishops and assistant to the bishop who are present today. And I'll just ask them to stand and they can face you. Bishop Amy Ogren, our bishop here in the Northeastern Minnesota Synod. And Bishop Lori Scow Anderson from the Northwest Synod of Wisconsin. And Deacon Krista Lind from the St. Paul Area Synod, assistant to the bishop. Welcome, of course, to our keynote speaker, Larry Rasmussen, and our 2 next-generation respondents, Gigi Calland of Duluth and Carson Vincent of Augsburg. Thank you and welcome. And welcome and thank you to our ARC building leaders, our exhibitors, our volunteers here at First Lutheran, our tech people, our worship leaders, our song leader, and many others who are making this possible. And there is a copious and extravagantly wonderful Summit booklet that if you haven't looked at it yet, you must. There's actually a QR code. I actually learned what that was for the first time this year, right there. You can download, so you can see all of the names. So, in summary, we're so glad that you're here. Whether online or in person, you are here today because you know that the climate crisis is deepening. It is upon us like a flood, and we are caught up in its cross currents. It is far, far greater than our own powers to mentally conceive or imagine or know how to act upon. It is life-destroying. Its impacts are greatest on those who are the least responsible plants and animals, water and air, island nations, people of color, rainforest dwellers, Inuit villagers, and our youngest generations. The flood is upon us, and we are the flood. We are also the ark. And as we learned yesterday from Dr. Diane Jacobson's Bible study, the word for ark in the biblical account is the same word as the word for the basket of bulrushes that held Moses as a baby, as the liberator and bringer of hope to people. I just had to add that. We are here today to be the ark and to build that ark through a different kind of ark, spelled with a C, as you might have noticed. Arcs of connection, arcs of relationship connecting generations, crossing other boundaries, healing divisions, divisions among people, and the division between humans and our alienation with the whole community of creation. We're here to build and restore those arcs. We are here to build arcs from problems to solutions, from fossil fuels to sustainable energy, from extractive economy to regenerative economy. And we're together. That's the main thing. We're together. Together today we confront the reality of the climate crisis. Together we listen for God's call through the cries of the world. Together we're co-conspirators for life across generations. And together, we're going to leave here today to equip our communities to be ark builders, to become the ark we need. Today, we will listen and learn from our keynote speaker, Christian environmental ethicist and author Larry Rasmussen. From these inspiring next-generation respondents, we'll sing and worship, we'll engage in ark-building actions and conversations. We'll build a few arcs among ourselves today as we conspire to embody God's vision for our life together. Are you ready? Let's begin with worship.
Well, we can begin by turning our phones off. That would be good. The grace of our risen Christ, the love of God, and the communion of the Holy Spirit be with you all.
I invite you to read Psalm 104 responsively. O God, how manifold are your works. In wisdom you have made them all. The earth is full of your creatures. These all look to you to give them their food in due season. When you give it to them, they gather it up. When you open your hand, they are filled with good things. When you hide your face, they are dismayed. When you take away their breath, they die and return to their dust. When you send forth your Spirit, they are created, and you renew the face of the ground. I will sing to God as long as I live. I will sing praise to my God while I have being. Bless the Holy One, O my soul. Word of God, word of life. Thanks be to God.
Let us pray. Holy and gracious God, in your steadfast love for all creation, draw us to the reality of the climate crisis that wounds the work of your hands. Renew us and lead us in the resurrection hope of your Son, Jesus Christ, that we may be transformed for the sake of the whole creation. Amen. You may be seated. It is an enormous honor for us to have Larry Rasmussen here today as our keynote speaker. His extraordinary, very short bio is in your folder and in the summit booklet, which you remember you can access on this with this QR code. So I'm not going to read it today. I want you to look at it again and again. I do want to say that Larry isn't simply a renowned and award-winning author, including of the recent book that inspired us to invite him to be our keynote speaker. He's not only a university professor and a leader in so many ways, and not only someone that came probably farther than any of the rest of you from Santa Fe, New Mexico, in order to be here, but he's one of us. As some of you know, he was born and raised in was it Petersburg, St. Petersburg? Yeah? And he actually really loves Minnesotans, and I'm sure Wisconsinites and anyone else who's here, and walleye. True, right? Yeah. Okay. And he is a person of not only of prodigious intellect, but I think most centrally a person of love. And it is that love for this creation and for his grandchildren and yours that drew us to want him to come to be with us. His keynote this morning is in two parts. It is a grander view of life amid arc and flood. And we're about to welcome him as he enters into the first part, wailing the right question into the swaddling band of darkness. Please join me as we welcome Larry Rasmussen.
Good morning. Well, thanks to Kristen, thanks to this amazing planning team for this event. Martin Luther said, "You have as much faith as you have laughter. If there's no laughter in heaven," he went on, "I don't want to go there." So here's a story. Grandson Martin, 4 years old, was trying to figure out this dying thing. And he said to his mom, "Mommy, are you going to die?" And she said, "Yes, but not for a very long time. May I die with you?" She said, "Oh, how sweet." And then he turned to his dad and he said, "Daddy, when you die, can I have your watch?" Well, he's 5 now, and he's very excited because he and his brother Eduardo welcomed a baby sister on March 20th. And when his teacher heard about it, she said, "Martin, how exciting, you'll be a big brother." He said, "No, Eduardo will be the big brother, I'll be the medium brother." Well, as a middle child, we'll see how this medium brother works out. Okay, this is a climate summit. But remember, you have as much faith as you have laughter. So, Where is, I call him Spud, where is Spud's generation, Martine's generation now, and ours, and the bookstores? Caught in cross currents. We're transgressing the 1.5 degrees centigrade threshold that scientists say is the point of no return for avoiding permanent disasters. And emissions are on track, not for 1.5 or 2, but by the end of the century, 4. That's 7 degrees Fahrenheit. Yet, some of those currents have your back. Clean energy is making strides we could not have predicted just a few years ago. And despite unprecedented oil and gas production, it's 13 million barrels per day in 2023. For the first time, clean energy is winning out over fossil fuels in both job growth and investments. Still, nothing begins to scale up to meet the dimensions of the planetary emergency. The reasons are 4. First is actually obscene profits for oil and gas. Secondly is business as usual in a consumer-oriented world. Third is wishful thinking as the substitute for any really dig deep action. And fourth is just well-worn indifference on the part of folks who don't want to sacrifice. So we're caught in crossing currents, riding unparalleled challenges on the one hand and a positive transition taking place on the other. What's clear is the writing on the wall. Now you may wonder where the wall is. The wall is the north wall of the Santa Fe Farmers Market. And the writing is Wendell Berry's from 2014. To cherish what remains of Earth and foster its renewal is our only hope. Now, it could have been Terry Tempest Williams a decade later. Before we can save the world we are losing, we must first learn how to savor what remains. How do we mobilize both cherishing and renewing, saving and savoring? My gut tells me that one essential is a different understanding of ourselves and planetary life together at a time when we are both ark and flood. We need a wider, a grander view. But where to begin? I'm uncertain. So do we begin with the world we are losing? That's flood. Or do we begin with the savored remains? That's ark and arks. What is certain is that Earth is both a planet in pain and a jewel of extraordinary beauty. So maybe we begin with the remaining fragile beauty. I wrote to grandson Eduardo that beauty should guide him in the tumultuous years that his generation faces. Beauty is its own resistance, contending with all that is ugly and chaotic. It resists cynicism and despair as well. In any case, our guide today isn't so much Barry and Terry Tempest Williams, but Annie Dillard. Our life, she writes, is a faint tracing on the surface of mystery. We must somehow take a wider view, look at the whole landscape, really see it, and try to describe what's going on there. Then we can at least wail the right question into the swaddling band of darkness. Or, if it comes to that, choir the proper praise. I love the fact that she makes choir a verb. And choiring, if it comes to that, a response to the swaddling darkness. What's the right question to wail? It's, what have we done and how? Collectively and cumulatively and persistently over the last 2 centuries, with pedal to the metal acceleration after 1950, we changed the chemistry of the atmosphere, and we changed the chemistry of the oceans. We altered the hydrosphere and cryosphere, that's water and ice, as well as the lithosphere, that's the Earth's crust. And we dramatically diminished, really shredded, the biosphere, the community of life and its indispensable ecological envelope. Astonishingly, we overrode some of the planet's most ingrained patterns, like ice ages, and moved beyond customary human historical change into evolutionary and geological change. In a word, we've unhinged the only world we've known. Some environmentalists, trying desperately to be cheery, say, it's certainly right to worry about us humans, but don't worry about Earth. Earth will do just fine without us. No, it won't. The tattered web affects everything from iconic fauna and flora to essential bacteria and microbes to the primal elements themselves, earth, that is soil, air, fire, and water. Nothing in God's planetary creation is safe from modern humans. We are the apocalypse. And there's no guarantee that we'll build enough arks and arks in time. Take the case of our new baby granddaughter, Ava. Nyla and I, together with her medium and older brothers, welcomed her with the very first breaths of spring. She was conceived in the hottest year in the human record. Yet, if present trends continue, that hottest year may be the coolest one she will ever know. A hot chill travels my spine as I realize that the planet she inherits is too hot, too dry, too wet, too charred, too stormy, too stripped of diverse life, and too vulnerable, volatile, and violent. Now, there are 3 warnings that come with this gaze into the lengthening shadows. The first is for people of faith. If we say with Luther and Calvin that creation is the theater of God's glory and the turf of God's presence, and if we say with Aquinas that creation's diversity is the manyness that God requires for God's embodiment, then to wipe out swatches of planetary life is to deprive Earth of God's glory and God's sensed presence. Diminishing God's incarnation in this way is the ecological sin that people of faith should confess and oppose. Yet how many liturgies you know confess sins against the natural world? The second warning is about despair. Unflinching honesty about what we have done can easily awaken the noonday demons of melancholy that Bonhoeffer had to fight in prison. Resist those hellish demons of the spirit. All of us headed into years of therapy for spiritual healing is a luxury Earth can't afford at the moment. So instead of curling up into a sullen stupor, take on our planetary emergency as the great work that you make your calling. You'll find meaning in rising to Earth's challenge, even pleasure and joy. As I wrote the grandsons, how often does the chance to shape a new civilization come knocking on your screen door? That's here now. Answer the doorbell. Consider Greta Thunberg. Because she never shrank from naming the darkness, people thought she herself must suffer the consequences of her message. Her response, quote, "People seem to think I am depressed or angry or worried, but that's not true. It was like I got meaning in my life." Your vocation, our vocation, is to cherish what remains of Earth and foster its renewal. Meaning and deep satisfaction follow. Whatever you do, don't abandon humor and slip into depression. Here's some more of Luther's wisdom. From a depressed ass can come no happy fart. Don't be guilty of unhappy farts. Warning number 3 is the lure of cheap grace. Cheap grace substitutes wishful thinking for genuine hope. If we recycle, drive a Prius like we do, and erect solar panels like we have, we can keep our present lifestyle. That's not genuine hope. Genuine hope begs for transformation, says yes to life in spite of everything, and refuses to give up whatever the odds. This hope is generated by taking action in community and with a robust spirit. Greta Thunberg again. She responds to the cheap hope that won't entertain sacrifice. Stop it! No more hope! No more hope, she says. You should not be hoping in the face of the planetary emergency. You should be panicking. No more hopium, please, says Gus Faith. No more hopium. Hope is the wishful thinking of people who tweak their present lifestyle a little in order to keep it going, is dishonest about the reality that the young face, and it creates effective climate deniers in the only place that counts, namely our daily habits. But how do the young see their future? Let me air 2 offerings from my grandkids, both shared at the New York book launch of the book, The Planet You Inherit. Now, the first is from Lee Dears Parsons. She's one of our bonus grandchildren. There are 5 bonus grandkids in the book's dedication. They call us Grandma and Grandpa, even though they are not our biological grandkids. Eduardo, Martina, and Ava are. Now, Liv is 17 now. She was 16 when she performed her poem in New York. It's titled, You Can't Shift the Stars. Liv channels her own view, a 16-year-old, through a 7-year-old girl playing on her bedroom floor. Here's You Can't Shift the Stars. In her childhood dreams, she holds on to the earth, stops the bleeding with her own 2 hands. A little girl sits on her bedroom floor, head tilted toward the stars, and imagines she could shift them reform the heavens into perfection, reshape the sky until it reflects a prettier world. Maybe everyone is a god at 7 years old. To the little girl dreaming of change from her bedroom floor, writing novels in her head between darkness and sleep, because little girls' minds runs wild and the world is so vast and you are so small, and who will be there to save it when it all burns down? Because it is burning, isn't it? The TV says it is. And Mama can't explain how they're going to fix it, and you thought Mama could mend anything. You believed in perfection and infinity. It all seems so clear from your bedroom floor. Just tell the leaders to get down from their podiums, crawl on the floor till they remember their childhood, play in the dirt, pick the flowers, swing from the trees, remind them what they're losing, remind them what they're burning. After all, who could look earth in her eyes and tell her goodbye? But you watch the TV and the leaders are stuck at their podiums, and they have forgotten what it feels like to be a child. And you can never play God, and you can never shift the heavens. But I hope you know I carry your dreams in my lungs. I breathe in deeply. Your hope makes a home in my stomach. It hugs the tired parts of me till they spout new dandelions. You have watered your... Did you know that you are a garden? You have watered yourself since childhood, painstakingly, with love and laughter, even on the days, especially on the days, when hope feels impossible. There is a garden within you. There is a world within you. There is a galaxy within you. But it is up to you to find it. Take out your pen, take out your paintbrush, take out your camera, take out your megaphone, and you will discover that the littlest things can be a revolution. You can't stop the bleeding, you can't shift the stars, but you will discover love is powerful. Our voices are powerful. Our stories are powerful. We are powerful. A little girl on her own can't reshape the universe, but a movement sure can. End of poem. Now hear from Eduardo. He's a born and bred Brooklynite who was 7 and a second grader at the time of the book party. He said he wanted to give a speech, though he told me afterwards he was kind of nervous about speaking to a room full of people. But he said, I just pinched my buttocks and went for it. Dear Grandpa, he said, thanks for sharing your wisdom in the letters that you wrote to me and Spud. I hope that wisdom flows through our blood. Some people on our planet are doing the best they can to save it, but climate change is bad. It was very interesting learning about your life. My life in the Anthropocene is pretty decent so far. I've recently been learning about the planet and geography, especially the Arctic and Antarctic. I hope they don't melt away. Love, Edward. P.S. In the first chapter, Epic Times, you write that I can't read it yet, but I'm already reading chapter books without pictures. I never said he couldn't read it. I said I wrote it for him as if he were a 16, 18, or 20-year-old, but he's read the whole thing now. Now think back to your second grade. Did you study melting ice caps? Did you applaud people for trying to save the planet because climate change is bad? Did the planet need saving? As a 7-year-old, did you ask, who will be there to save it when it all burns down? Because it's burning, isn't it? The TV says it is. And did you ever imagine at 7 or 16 that you could look Earth in the eyes and tell her goodbye? No, you didn't. Nor was the word Anthropocene in your 7-year-old vocabulary. It wasn't because your planet wasn't the kids' planet. Yes, we Holoceners created this chapter in Earth's 4-billion-year-old story, but we didn't view life geologically, and hardly generationally. We never thought geologically at all, as kids now must, because they live the tumult of geological change. And generationally, we still don't perceive, plan, and decide in 7-generation spans, as indigenous peoples have long said we should. Or even the 3 and 4 generations that are the Bible's timeline for the parents' iniquity to play out among the children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. I could add my nieces, grandnieces' resolve. They resolve to bring no children into this world because they know what Leave's 7-year-old knows. If grown-ups don't have a garden and don't have a world within, the kids are doomed. They're doomed if grown-ups don't understand that the littlest things, like our daily habits, count big. I'm finishing this trek with a question for the youth here. Where do you find yourselves vis-a-vis what you hear from Lieve, Eduardo, and my grandnieces? And what do you talk with your friends about? If we have some remaining moments before that, and I see we do, I'm going to transition to our next focus, and then we'll have Carter and Siggy come up. We'll start here because it's longer than the first. So, acquiring the proper praise. I haven't forgotten our agenda. It's a wider, grander view of ourselves and the rest of the planet together. I only insist that a necessary part of that is utter honesty about what we've done as flood makers, fire creators, drought spreaders, extinction agents, and purveyors of lengthening shadows. Yet the question of what we've done doesn't of itself get us to acquiring the proper praise. How do we get there? Well, I'm uncertain again, but let's start with a Sabbath prayer from Reform Judaism. If you wish, join me in voicing this. Days pass and the years vanish, and we walk sightless among miracles. Lord, fill our eyes with seeing and our minds with knowing. Let there be moments when your presence, like lightning, illumines the darkness in which we walk. Help us to see, wherever we are, that the bush burns unconsumed, and we, clay touched by God, reach out in holiness and exclaim in wonder, How filled with awe is this place, and we did not know it. How filled with awe is this place, and we did not know it. That belongs to Annie Dillard, peering into Tinker Creek. It also belongs to Ed Young in two extraordinary books. I Contain Multitudes, The Microbes Within Us and a Grander View of Life, and the second book, An Immense World, How Animal Senses Reveal the Hidden Realms Around Us. As human beings, we actually see only a fraction of the world. Young acquires the proper praise by revealing worlds upon worlds that we don't see, yet worlds that are constitutive of life itself and home to our own bodies. Feasting on these books will leave you with awe in search of song. Awe and wonder are essential to the great work before us. I wrote Eduardo in the very first letter, what I most want for you and your baby brother is that you let yourself be overwhelmed by wonder, and lose yourself in the kaleidoscope of creation. Not to escape this harsh world, but to better inhabit it. Wondering is a way of experiencing truth. Of course, you should follow science fiercely. Tested expertise is indispensable. Yet rational analysis can miss the most essential things in life, which are bonds of love and belonging. And they are most at home in the wonder and awe that lead to knowing deeper and caring more. End of quote. That said, let's ask an elder about what change is needed. Few are so qualified as James Gustav Spaeth to say where we are and where we need to go. He's a national and international force on all things climate. Here is his very brief piece entitled New Consciousness. Decades of discourse led by lawyers, scientists, economists, and we are stuck. They can't do what must be done, reach the human heart. The deep problems are avarice, arrogance, and apathy. Our dominant values gone astray. We need not more analysis, we need a spiritual awakening, a new consciousness. So bring on the preachers and the prophets, Gus Spaeth says. Bring on the poets and philosophers. Bring on the psychologists and psychiatrists. Bring on the writers, musicians, artists, actors. Bring on the dreamers. Call them to strike the chords of our shared humanity and our close kin to wild things. Call them to find a new world. End of this text. In short, call in the whole lot. We need them all. The skeptics will say, dream on. And Spaeth replies, we will. Okay, this is a good time to break. Let's hear from Gigi and Carter.
So just a note about what's happening now. Gigi Callan, sixth grader here in Duluth and member of Gloria Day, and Carson Vincent, a senior at Augsburg University, are going to be the first responders, the first respondents to Larry both times. And then there may be a little bit of time for you to ask some questions, a little bit of Q&A If we run out of, to the extent that we run out of time for your questions, you can come to the ARC building session with Larry, Gigi, and Carson. But I'm going to let you begin right now. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Gigi Calland. I'm 12 years old. Thank you to the EcoFaith Summit planning team for inviting me to reflect. It is a great honor to be sharing a microphone with Larry Rasmussen, and I am delighted to get to know fellow respondent Carson Vincent in the process. I don't know a whole lot of 12-year-olds who get a book like The Planet You Inherit for Christmas, but not every 12-year-old is lucky enough to have a pastor like Pastor David, who co-conspired with my Auntie Em to invite me here. I've been reading The Planet You Inherit since Christmas. The book evokes many new feelings inside of me, but also fanned sparks that were already there. I thank you, Professor Rasmussen, for writing this book that makes me feel three things: rage, resentment, and despair. And I guess four things, because hope, too. The rage I feel comes when I think about my future in a fragile and wounded world. A resentment toward the people who are presented with it and not caring. And, to use terminology from The Planet You Inherit, who are stuck in the Holocene epoch and refuse to adopt a gentleness that our world needs so desperately right now. I feel despair when I hear that hour-long showers are trending on social media and people are filling their truck tanks with dirtier gas in order to pump out thicker, darker clouds of smoke into the atmosphere. It seems like I am curling up into a sullen stupor. These individual examples are nothing compared to the huge corporations who are emitting incomprehensible amounts of greenhouse gases, spoiling countless gallons of water, and ripping open the planet and taking. There are so many people trying their very best to fix, conserve, and heal what we have abused. But compared to the monster forces against the earth, I sometimes cannot help but feel as if I am falling into a pit of despair. I fear we won't build enough arcs. I wanted to end on hope, and the book does give me great hope. This room is filled with hope. I hope for my future, and I hope for the creatures and the waters and the land. But I find it hard to experience hope on a regular basis. It's wonderful to be here today, but I am not always surrounded by people who are passionate about building the ark, or who care about the flood at all. So I am sad. I am deeply, deeply disappointed in the world that I am inheriting, and I fear my future because, just like the title of this book, uncertainty is a sure thing. I want to feel hopeful. So my question for you, and for all of us here, is this: how can we, who are living on a fundamentally different earth, change our ways of living? I want to believe we are the ark. But as a 12-year-old looking at the careless acts of deniers, I wonder when we will agree to build it together. We cannot afford to live Holocene lives anymore, can we? So how do we move Holocene-minded people to live in the Anthropocene? How do we do that now, not in a decade? We have already shifted geologic epochs. How can we help others to see the urgency? How do we fan the sparks in more people so we can move this climate revolution towards an actually inhabitable planet for future generations, instead of drowning ourselves in the ever-rising flood that we bring upon all creation? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carson Vincent. I'm a senior at Augsburg University, and I'm studying biochemistry and religion. And reading Larry's book, The Earth You Inherit, really is a nice reminder to me of why I'm studying what I'm studying. Because it can be really scary being a youth today, thinking about the fact that very soon my generation, Gigi's generation, we are going to be on the front lines of this climate crisis, not knowing what's next, and this fear of, will there be enough arks built by the time that the flood is here? How can we save the earth? And it's, Gigi and I were talking yesterday about how it really feels like humans have this kind of main character syndrome of, we view ourselves as main characters in our story versus in the story, God's story that God is writing for us. I spend, all my day in school studying, chemistry and molecules and life and human beings and the earth. And you can't deny this like undeniable perfection that is the earth, that is life, that is ecosystems, that is ecology. There is just this undeniable perfection, and it's so scary to me thinking about how humans are ruining that. But in that fear, there is this ounce of hope, and being here for me gives me a lot of hope. Seeing how many people are here, knowing how many people are online, that people do care. That by the time that me and Gigi are on the front line of this climate crisis, that there are going to be people who are fighting with us. That there are people who care about the world that we are about to inherit. And I just want to thank you all for being here and caring.
Wow, the three of you. We do have a moment now, maybe 5 minutes, maybe even 10 minutes to raise some of your own questions and brief responses. I hope that we have someone here. Oh, yes, Luke, right? Yes, okay. Luke from Augsburg University is here with 2 microphones, so if you'll raise your hand, he'll know where to bring a microphone. And then I'm going to ask our 3 speakers to be on hand to be able to come up here to respond.
Okay, and I will, for the sake of the online audience, I will repeat the questions, otherwise they may not hear them. I think we also have the capacity to get questions from the online audience via chat.
Dr. Rasmussen, thank you for your talk just now. Thank you to Gigi, and thank you to, my mind is slipping me, Carson, pardon me. All 3 of your voices are so powerful. And I'm wondering, could you please also speak to our role here in Minnesota and Wisconsin in restoring Indigenous sovereignty for climate justice? Thank you.
Restoring what sovereignty?
Indigenous sovereignty.
Indigenous, yeah, okay. Well, you all are more local than I. While I didn't cross the Mississippi River going east from Minnesota until I was 25 years old, I also haven't lived in Minnesota since about 1972. So I can only respond in New Mexico terms, where because of the Pueblo Revolt of 1680, the Native Americans kicked out all the Spanish and killed the Franciscan priests in the only successful revolt on the part of Native Americans to throw off the foreign power. And when the Spanish came back in 1692 in what they called the Reconquest, they did have the sense to negotiate with these folks. And Native peoples in New Mexico never had the kids taken from them, except the Navajo on the edge. But none of the Puebloan Indians. They could keep their own language, they could keep their own ceremonies. All they had to do for sure was to acknowledge the Catholic monarchs as their sovereigns. And the Catholic monarchs were off in Spain. It wasn't difficult. So it's a little bit different when you have a strong native culture that well, it was oppressed plentifully, never had lost its language, its ceremonies, its religion, if you want to call it that, way of life, really. So that's a bit different. And when we were got ready to celebrate 400 years of Santa Fe, it was a capital in 1610, 10 years before the Mayflower landed. It was to be a celebration. And Native Americans, all these things have to be done. We're a minority majority state. So there is no single ethnic majority. And the Native Americans said, celebration? We don't think so. Commemoration of 400 years of Santa Fe. So it's a little bit different here. I will tell you what the Pope told you, namely when land is in the hands of indigenous peoples, it's the most sustainable land on the planet. They know what to do. Okay.
Great, thank you. Other questions? Larry, Gigi, Carson, or remarks?
So we are in a big year politically, and Gigi, you cannot vote yet, and so I am wondering what would you like to tell us, for those of us that can vote, how can we be your voice for your generation in thinking about caring for the environment?
Okay, the question is to Gigi, and it's how can her generation be a voice for the online audience who may not have heard that.
Well, like I said, there's a lot of rage and resentment going on up in here lately. And I just feel like the elections are so... I just don't want somebody who's changing things towards, like, who's pulling us back, you know? Like, we're already so far behind, and we can't afford to... I'm tearing up because I'm really scared, but I just don't want to stay so far behind that we can't ever... We are past the point of no return. It's like we're late. So I don't want to live in a place where we have wars over clean water, or where we can't sustain our ways of life anymore, because that's my future. And I don't know what to do because nobody's stepping down from their podiums like in the poem. Nobody's touching the ground. Nobody's, you know, there are so many prophets out there who are trying to move us forward. But we need to all build the ark instead of just, you know, sprinkles of people. So that's what I think.
We can't add to that, but I want to say in New Mexico, Gigi, we've got an organization called Yucca. And in the Southwest, the yucca is a native plant. It's a kind of signature plant, Y-U-C-C-A. And the youth organization is called Youth United for Climate Crisis Action, Yucca. And one thing they're working on is that they have found legislators who are working to move the voting age from 21 down to 18. And some would like it to go down to 16. So one thing we can do is get you voting earlier.
Yeah, Carson, you want to speak to that, or do you want another question?
Really quick.
Yeah.
What I would encourage all of us who are able to go to the polls and vote, when you're looking at legislators' policies, when you're looking at those things and deciding who you're going to vote for, like, I would encourage you to stop and think and maybe don't vote, like it sounds weird, but don't vote for yourself. Vote for us. Vote for your children. Vote for your grandchildren. Vote for politicians who have our best interests at heart, whose policies and legislations are gonna support us and give us a brighter future.
Who are in the Anthropocene instead of the Holocene.
Oh, yeah, very good. Yeah, no more Holocene politics.
Question over here. Great, thank you.
I was just thinking the best way to multiply this wonderful event and all this wonderful, presentations we've heard is to make these publicly available to the churches within the synods so that we can show this at our churches instead of all of us having to redo all this wonderful work you did. And Larry can't be at 27 churches, but we can have this presentation and we can do these kinds of events in our churches across Minnesota, Wisconsin. And that's the best way to multiply these voices.
So these are
And yes, the live streaming is recorded to a YouTube channel, and everyone who is here today will get a recording, and in person or via live stream will get a recording, and then you can make that available to your churches for forums and discussions and action plans. Over here.
Yeah, I'm Vincent from Luther Seminary, Sierra Leone, West Africa. I want to move a bit from the US to Africa. I am particularly moved by the statement made by our daughter. We are living in a fragile and a wounded world, caused by abuses, and she is disappointed. How she is disappointed here, and so also the other daughters and sons in the other part of the world are also disappointed. My point is, this can only be solved by collaborative efforts, starting from all of us, the investors going to our countries, the scientists, and all of us, the pastors, all spheres of life, need to come together. And because sometimes I'm seeing the thought of, even with the Africans and also to the Western world, shifting responsibility only to politicians. What is the role of we, the citizens, individuals? What are we to do in ensuring that the voice of our daughter is being heard? Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we'll just take that for the good statement it is. I am reminded of a comment to Bill McKibben, the environmental guru. Someone said, "What can I, as an individual, do in the face of all of this?" And McKibben's response was, "Stop being an individual." And it's a wonderful African understanding that you belong to the community, and the community needs to act together, and not like here where the individual is kind of the sovereign decider.
We have time for one more, and then we're going to have a break and come back here at or before 11 o'clock. Will that give us enough time for 45 minutes? Yeah, okay, great. All right, time for one more question over here.
I guess one thing that somewhat bothers me, we talk about the youth and the vote, and if you can believe the polls, it seems like this year that the youth are choosing to check out because they can't find the perfect candidate. Well, as somebody that's voted in probably 10 elections, our political system does not generate the perfect candidate. So we have to look at what we have in front of us, and we can't check out. And it would be a tragedy if the youth chose to check out. And I think if you look at the choices that we have, they are pretty clear.
Yeah. You understand?
Thank you.
Yeah.
We were talking last night, Karen Bachman was saying, where are you, Karen? We were talking, yeah, there you are. We were talking about a town, Napoleon, I think it was, and the German people wanted to name it something, and they were going to have a vote. But the German people knew that they far outnumbered the French, so they just didn't vote on it because, they would win anyway. So the name eventually changed to the one that they didn't want because they didn't vote on it. So that really reflected what we're talking about, in the election, because there are choices that would not be great, and yes, we have to look at what's in front of us, because if we just have to avoid something that will, crush all of the hopes that we have to move forward. We have to vote for ourselves, because if we don't, and if we don't like the choices, if we're picky about them, then we're going to get one that's really awful. So
No, and I'm going to speak for myself and say that, it really, really is, as, a 21-year-old, to get lost in this feeling of hopelessness and despair of, seeing where the earth is headed and kind of getting lost, kind of stuck in this thought of, what's the point? What can I do? Does my vote really count? What is me voting going to change on a large scale of the fact that, maybe in 20 years, we are going to be having wars over, clean water, and, what does that look like for my future? So what's the point? It really is easy as someone who's 21 years old to get stuck in that thought loop, but, it really does come down to this idea of hope, of that, I need to have hope for my future to, be able to want to go out and make it change, because if there is no hope, what's the point? But there is hope, and so really having needing to hold on to that idea of there are people that care, there are people that want to instill change, and we need to work together to make that happen. And so if you have kids or grandkids that aren't voting, talk to them about about their futures and maybe why they aren't voting, and maybe it is because they don't see that there's a point, and talk to them about that show them that you care what their future looks like just as much as they do.
Yep.
One more person that wants to speak here, if that's okay.
Okay, good.
Yes. Are you able to say something right now? Yes. Okay. Yes.
Sorry to
That's
just
okay.
inject myself up here, but there was a question about tribal sovereignty earlier. I'm a descendant from the Fond du Lac Reservation, and I work as a counselor for a lot of STEM camps there and also for Glyphwick. If you are interested in tribal sovereignty, our synod has Together Here, which it was initially created by an Indigenous person, and they have a lot of really good information. You could also look at for GLIFWIC, which is the Great Lakes Indian Fish and Wildlife Commission, as well as the 1854 Treaty Authority for more information. I will also be here if you have questions, but for the sake of time.
This is just a follow-up on Siggy and Carter's trying to avoid the worst candidate. I don't know if the Dutch have implemented this yet. They were talking about a certain number of legislators in their parliament having to vote for future generations, that their votes would be determined by how they saw the consequences of the voting for future generations. There's nothing to stop you from asking that question and having, say, your city council. Okay, maybe it's not the state legislature or your national representatives. Nothing to stop you from having people be appointed to vote for the well-being of future generations and share why.
So we're going to take a break and enter into our King among us. Be back at 11 o'clock. Thank you. This is not working. We need sound system back. Testing, testing, testing. I was told that we needed to flash the lights. The intermission is almost over, but maybe people out in the hall will hear that and can start gathering back. It's actually 1 minute to restart time. Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah. Oh, that's a good idea. I don't know why I think people will come in more readily if I'm standing up here, but it's a total superstitious. Yeah. Frank Church. Wow. Wow. It was, yeah. And thank goodness for it, that it happened. I would really, yes, please do. Yeah. Oh, he should have, yeah, ordered way more. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm gonna, yeah. Okay. So, I get to be the great interrupter. I'm interrupting you. Press pause. You will have, this is so marvelous to watch the conversation going on. Larry just asked me if we had any latitude in time, like we could go later now, and we can't without losing lunchtime and arc building session time. So I'm glad that you're mostly back, and I am so moved by your profound attention this morning so far. We're going to move into part 2 of our keynote presentation. See, I'm even talking over you. That's like the height of rudeness. Part 2 of our keynote, a grander view of life amid arcs, arc, and flood, has already started. Larry started it early, and it's choiring the proper praise. Please welcome back Larry Rasmussen.
All right. Well, it's good to be here. I'm going to dive right into contrasting two kinds of consciousness. Recall that Gus Spaeth said where we need to get to is a new kind of consciousness. And I'm going to contrast two of them. Like you, both of them are committed to creation care. And then I'll finish with Martin Luther and a little church architecture. I've had conversation with indigenous leaders, Tiokasin Ghost Horse and Arlana Bennett, and I'll use their terms for these two kinds of consciousness: settler consciousness and indigenous consciousness. And Arlana says that these ways of seeing things are incommensurable. Why incommensurable? Because they move in opposite ways from different starting points. Indigenous consciousness moves from eco to ego. And settler consciousness, meaning the European colonizer consciousness that you and I were raised on if we are children of European immigrants, moves from ego to eco. Nope, that's the grandsons. All right. That's a distraction, so let me back up. Okay, let's add Christian to settler consciousness. Since all this arrived by the same means in the same package, namely conquest, colonization, and Christian civilization. That legacy has now evolved into corporate global economy fueled by consumerism as the good life. And present colonizing happens by way of capital investment and marketing, both of them for profit. Christian settler consciousness is serious about creation care, and it begins by asking how I, the acting subject, love and care for creation as the object. Very much like an owner taking responsibility for property. I, as the responsible Christian individual, initially engage my neighbor as the object of care. And who is the neighbor? The neighbor is a fellow human being, a member of my species, as a separate and usually assumed superior species bearing the image of God. After addressing my neighbor's needs, I moved to the non-human environment as next in line for care and repair. Or perhaps I moved to it simultaneously because what surrounds my neighbor, human neighbor, the environment, is an essential part. The non-human environment is an essential part of human neighbor love in this consciousness. In any event, my guiding question is, how does creation around me fit into my responsibility and way of life? The direction is from the center in the individual to ever-widening circles of human and other than human life. We're moving from ego to eco. Indigenous cosmology begins not with how I care for creation, but in gratitude with the innumerable ways that creation cares for us. With every breath we take, with every morsel we chew, with every sense tuned to the intelligences that are resident in and on the land and waters around us. And who's the neighbor here? The answer is, you've heard it, all my relations. Flora and fauna, things of matter and spirit, things seen and unseen. These are the neighbors with whom I am to live in mutuality and reciprocity. Typically, in indigenous consciousness, they're greeted and thanked in the very first ceremonies and prayers of the day. Good morning, sun. Good morning, clouds. Good morning, grasses, and thanked. Thus does indigenous consciousness begin with encompassing creation, with earth and cosmos alive, and move in cycles and circles amidst it until, as they call us, until the younger brother or sister, meaning human beings, in the community of all life appears as a reflective, grateful subject at home in a community of subjects, not objects. The direction is from eco to ego, not ego to eco. The fundamental question is not, how does creation fit into my life, but how do I fit into its? What faith claims and moral claims do soil, air, fire, and water make upon me before I make any claims on them? We are, after all, a companion species in this consciousness, not a commanding one. I think so, allow one example of this consciousness if we have time. I'm going to take the time, and if I have to cut, I'll cut church architecture. I'm going to choose an other than human neighbor upon which your life depends. Now, God is a God of small things, and half of the oxygen in this room, oh, I got the kids again. They do show up. Half of the oxygen in this room is the gift of this neighbor, phytoplankton. Phytoplankton are the microscopic marine algae that live in the upper layer of ocean waters. And like plants, phytoplankton use chlorophyll to convert sunlight into food. They know how to eat the sun. And in the process, they give off oxygen, the oxygen you're breathing, or half of it anyway. They also vacuum the atmosphere's carbon, and they are the base of the backbone of the whole marine food web, serving as food for zooplankton, which then get eaten by small fish and other ocean life, which fuel even bigger fish, which themselves are a major source of human nutrition. But put phytoplankton on your list of neighbors you should love as yourself, for the sake of yourself. You'd likely not be here if phytoplankton weren't. Now consider what would happen if you deleted phytoplankton. Suffocation is a good guess. since half the atmosphere's oxygen would disappear. But maybe, let's say you didn't suffocate. Instead, you'd ferry one of those oxygen tanks around with you everywhere, assuming your oxygen tank people can find enough oxygen for 8 billion Homo sapiens. As a contrasting thought experiment, delete humans. The phytoplankton might do just fine. So who needs whom? What does the rest of planetary creation most need? There's a reason the word human shares the same root as humus and humility. Now here's a recent surprise. The color of ocean water is changing. 2 decades of data conclude that, quote, even though seawater has always differed depending on location, season, and currents, now the color of more than half the world's ocean is changing, and fast. This is not local, it's global, and it's rapid. What brought it on? Phytoplankton, it turns out, are very susceptible to climate system change, and recent warming has thrown their populations wildly out of whack. In some places, rising water temperatures are changing ocean currents. This disrupts the flow of deep sea nutrients that surface-dwelling phytoplankton need in order to survive. With their nutrition source diminished, plankton populations decrease, even crash, and that turns the water bluer as green fades and sinks. Elsewhere, plankton populations increase wildly, and green explodes with the exploding plankton. The sober point here, however, isn't ocean water per se, it's that the warming effects via changing plankton populations is messing up ocean ecosystems that scientists say have taken millions of years to evolve together and to be in harmony. Yes, ocean plastics are a very big problem that has to be addressed, but not as big as changed ocean ecosystems. We should neither be deleting plankton nor cause their explosive growth. My point is that we've got to get the direction right, from eco to ego. Place phytoplankton on the list of neighbors to be loved as you love yourself, and you can do the same with most bacteria, microbes, and your body's microbiome. Only 7% of the cells in your body are uniquely human. The rest you got to share with the bacteria and the microbes. Now that's for some other time. Let's finish with Luther. Luther was neither indigenous nor settler, but as medieval, he saw Earth and the cosmos, all of it, as alive and spirited. As Annie Dillard says, not Luther, the whole show has been on fire from the word go. She also says the whole creation is just one big lunatic fringe. That includes its waters. And in the large catechism, Luther says that, quote, faith clings to the waters and believes them to be baptism. I'm going to repeat it. Faith clings to the waters and believes them to be baptism. He doesn't say faith clings to baptismal waters to hang its meaning there for water. He cites Earth's literal waters of life as where God is already vividly present. And from these living waters, then we take a pitcher or two to siphon off for the sacramental dip or sprinkle at the font. Should not faith clinging to the waters join Lutherans to indigenous consciousness rather than our immigrant settler consciousness? Settler mindset has it backwards, where we treat water as a secular resource and then set aside a gallon to become sacred. Is not Robin Wall Kimmerer right to say in Braiding Sweetgrass that the path now is for the immigrant to become indigenous? We should begin with creation as sacred and figure out how we human latecomers fit in, rather than beginning with us and figuring out how Earth fits in to the world we've engineered to serve us. Let me show you slides where they got this right. These are from Christ Lutheran Church, Pacific Beach, California. Now, I hope you can see there that the waters are coming under the altar and flowing down the aisle. They're coming from the temple of God. This is Ezekiel 57. And the waters flow through and beside the trees of life with fruit for every season, and the leaves of the trees are for the healing of the nations. And you see the cosmos, the stars, framing the temple and framing life on earth. Now, I know you thought that was Revelation 22, and it is because John plagiarized Ezekiel. The baptismal font at Christ Lutheran is set amidst sacred waters and God's presence there, right in the aisle. And it doesn't show you, but it goes through the door and down the steps into the community. And then from Ezekiel 57, where the river flows, everything will live. This is Luther's Gospel of Earth. And in Luther's Gospel of Earth, the God of the cosmos has chosen to be present to creation, in creation, through creation, as creation. That's good news for us, since there's nowhere outside of creation we could ever be. Luther includes among God's critters some that you might not accept. In the lectures on Genesis, Luther writes that the mouse shows the footprints of God. With its very beautiful form and pretty little pink feet and delicate hair. We have the same admiration for God's workmanship, he goes on, in the case of flies. No, I don't think so. You may not appreciate other comparisons. It bothers Luther not one whit to observe that we increase and multiply and fill the earth, quote, in the same manner as the other beasts, there being no difference between a pregnant cow and a woman with child. Okay. Luther linking us with all creatures is a favorite phrase of his, conjures up some lovely pictures too. One is Adam and Eve enjoying a common table with the animals before the fall. It's a kind of Aboriginal Eucharist, when, if you read Genesis carefully, everyone is a vegetarian. There's a theological term for Luther's kind of consciousness. He's a panentheist. Not a pantheist, where everything totaled is God, but a panentheist, where all is in God and God is in all. In God we live and move and have our being, says Paul. God then is not only in, with, and under the bread and wine, God is over, around, behind, below as well in all creation, including microbes, bacteria, flora, fauna, and fungi, and phytoplankton too. Let me cite Annie Dillard again. It could be that God has not absconded, but spread. That's another reason we need a wider, grander view. All right. The mouth is a divine creature, beautiful in form, with such pretty feet and such delicate hair. The power of God is present at all places, even in the tiniest tree leaf. Do you think God is sleeping on a pillow in heaven? God is wholly present in creation, in every corner, behind you and before you. The citings from LW there are Luther's works, and then the volume and the page. The face of God shines forth in all his creatures. I add that for Luther, and like indigenous cosmology, the center of the self is always located outside it, in God and the other. The center of our self is located in God and the neighbor, in God and other creatures. The self and heart curved in upon itself, orienting everything to its value and use, is the self, Luther says, that's captive to sin. Sin is a species thing when, in anthropocentric fashion, we orient planetary creation to ourselves and value it for ourselves. When we do that, we typically get things backwards again. We make human well-being primary and planetary well-being secondary. But no human well-being is even possible without planetary provision. So get it straight. Planetary well-being is primary. Human well-being is always derivative. Now, Luther has a playful sense of who we are. You remember the phrase in the Reformed Jewish prayer with which we began, that we are clay touched by God? Well, Luther mastered Hebrew, and he caught the Hebrew pun. Adam from ha-Adam, topsoil. So it could have been translated, he could have translated us as groundlings, or soil creatures, or earthlings. Adam isn't male. Adam at that point, before the radical surgery, is a collective. That would have been correct to call us earthlings or groundlings, Adam from Adamah. But instead, tongue-in-cheek, Luther calls us clods. The clods of clay. One person called us donuts filled with water. I like clods better. The clods of clay, who, he goes on, gloriously became the cultivators, the tillers and keepers and renewers of the ground, that gave rise to us the dust and the soil. It is our origin and our destiny. So we're clods who became cultivators. But for all the ways that Luther can choir praise by celebrating the wonders of God's daily creating, he knows full well that life is suffering, too. It's public suffering and private. It's collective suffering and individual. It's human and other than human suffering together, fair and unfair. All creation is groaning, a planet in pain. Here, the Palestinian Jew from Nazareth, as God incarnate, matters most of all to Luther. Jesus enters the world's broken places to bring healing from the inside out. And no matter how forbidding the experience, the Nazarene never gives up on tikkun olam. He knew it that as a Jew. Repair of the world to end creation's groaning. Jesus lives the recklessness of God's dream to the bitter end, a cross. Put it like this. For Luther, any God who does not face down reality on the home turf of the swaddling darkness cannot meet us where the world is, in its terror as well as its beauty. Any God who does not know the worst from the inside out is not fully incarnate. Any God who does not know vulnerability, uncertainty, and despair cannot be the God of those who do. Only the one who has undergone all can overcome all. Only a suffering God can help. That's a phrase from Luther that Bonhoeffer picks up. Only a suffering God can help. For Luther, then, creation and creation care do not stand apart. They belong part and parcel to the encompassing story of the gospel and its proclamation. The story of Jesus in Israel, the story of the Redeemer and Sanctifier who is Creator, the story of the biblical witness to God's power as creating, sustaining, saving, and savoring. The story for Earth as a planet in pain and a jewel of an extraordinary beauty. When this God is ours, we can both face the swaddling darkness and choir the proper praise. I close by recommending a ritual that cherishes and renews, savors and saves. On appointed days, Jews of the Middle Ages would ascend the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. They would turn to the right and begin circling the planet counterclockwise. That circle voiced the blessings of the past year and sang gratitude for them, much as indigenous peoples begin their day. Meanwhile, the anxious, the brokenhearted, and those mourning or grieving would ascend the mount, turn to the left, and circle in the opposite direction. With one circle inside the other, then, they met. Those in the first circle would ask the despondent coming their way, "What happened to you?" Reply might be, "My father died and I never got to say what I wanted to him." Or, "My child is sick and we don't know what's wrong." Or, "Fire and drought," or maybe it was fire and flood, wiped us out. The one in the other circle might reply, "You are not alone," and then walk and talk for a while with the one in anguish. "Meet me next year and let's see which circle we're in. Meanwhile, I will hold your sorrow and your grief with my love and in my prayers." This faith community, that faith community, carries both pain and joy, carries both trauma and gratitude, and that which overcomes it. I recently spent time with Father John Deere, an apostle of nonviolence. He was once talking with his friend and fellow priest, Dan Berrigan, an activist opponent of the Vietnam War and a crusader for civil rights and racial and class equality. And Berrigan's words to Father John were, "John, you will always be up against the forces of death and destruction and tragedy. All the more important, then, is living your life to the fullest in every moment. Savor that and laugh a lot." Thank you.
I just want to start off with thanking Larry for that beautiful reminder of, what qualifies as our neighbor. Because we talk so much about, loving our neighbors and living our lives for our neighbors. But down to, the phytoplankton that live in the oceans, to the microbes that, live inside us, that they too are our neighbors and we need to love them as we love ourselves. And I know for myself, it can be, what does that look like for me to live for my neighbors, whether that's, the phytoplankton or my next door neighbor. You're faced with so many decisions of, like who to vote for, which legislation to lobby for, down to, right now, like what car do I buy? Do I buy a hybrid? Do I buy an electric? Down to, when I go to a restaurant, do I get a disposable straw? All of these things from macro to micro decisions that, will have an impact on my neighbors. And sometimes I think about my own decisions and it, choosing not to use a disposable straw at a restaurant sometimes feels like a raindrop in an ocean of problems. But we're talking about the flood in the ark, but that's how the flood formed. The flood formed from billions and billions of raindrops, and that's what it's going to take to build an ark and to undo some of what we've done. It's these small actions of choosing to drive an electric car or not using disposable straws or one-use items, but it's also going to take working together to change legislation, to change politics and change the systems that have got us where we are. We live in a society where we have systems in place that are the reason we have to make certain decisions, whether or not to to choose myself and my own comfort and ease over that of my neighbor. And so I just want to thank Larry for that beautiful reminder.
I mentioned before that I don't feel a lot of hope. The horrible, hateful, careless, ignorant, apathetic acts of people whose focus is centered on the extraction economy cover up a lot of the glimmers of hope I see. Lately, I have been more careful in savoring the little joys around me in creation. There are always 2 or 3 little flowers that sprout every spring next to my front door, and this year I saw their tiny little heads pop out right before the snowstorm hit. I remember seeing them with their delicate little stems that looked like embroidery on a quilt of tender new grass. And then, a day or 2 later, when our hill was blanketed with a shimmering coat of fresh snow, I marveled at the pure white and thought about how beautiful everything was. That was our first snowstorm like that all winter. And that was in late March. I have never had a winter with no snow, ever. Christmas was brown and soggy. No matter how weird it is to have flowers one day and 1.5 feet of snow the next day, though, I will find joy and beauty in the beauty that nature provides. Earth does indeed provide beauty and wonder daily, as you said in your sermon titled Your Great Work. And I am saddened to watch so many people overlooking that beauty, because to appreciate those wonders is to feel at peace and in creation. We are given all of these wonderful things, and to a 12-year-old, it seems pretty dumb to lose so much for the sake of quote-unquote ease. We have a cabin on a lake. The lake is very clean and clear. There's good fishing and lots of wildlife like loons, mergansers, eagles, and otters. And the lake has always been refreshing and cold. There's rarely been any algae or murk growing on the surface, but last summer, the lake level was down. The water was like swimming in a bath, and there were weeds in weird places. There was brown ickiness floating where we've never seen algae bloom before. Since I grew up watching the sunset from the dock, dipping my toes in the cool water, searching the sandy bottom of the lake for clamshells, and splashing around squealing if I touched a minnow, this sudden change is like a stab to the heart. There's a certain connection you develop when you recognize the smell of the sand, the rough surface of the dock, the taste of the water on your lips, and when big changes occur that put it all at risk, it feels like your best friend is slowly falling ill. Last summer, the only place to feel the icy, syrupy, cold feeling in that lake that is so familiar was in the middle of the lake where it was deepest. We boated out there in July, jumped in, and floated around for a while in silence, soaking in the beauty and the joy, the familiarity, as if grieving. That is only one example of our fragile world. We are utterly dependent on the earth and all its creatures and have been since the very beginning. All creation is dependent on us in return. We have the power to change things. Everything is interconnected. God created us that way. We till the earth. The earth is not created to support our taking. We are part. God commanded us to steward the earth, and we have the responsibility to do so with gratitude. The answers to our problems seem so obvious to me. The leaders should step down from their podiums and savor the earth. When we pay attention to nature, instead of the abstract concepts we latch onto, such as wealth, we can learn so much. Rather than look upon creation with greedy eyes, when we touch the soil or hear the birds sing and simply feel delight, or swim in cool water and appreciate it, noticing our connection, feeling wonder and awe, then we're ready and equipped to heal ourselves and the planet. Our planet, we abuse ourselves when we abuse the earth. Our planet, our little crumb of a globe in the cosmos, is the only known planet fit for life in the entire cosmos. And to a 12-year-old, it is extremely frustrating to witness people ignoring that miraculous fact and using it all up if there were a billion just like it. I thank God for my ability to appreciate the planet's gifts every day. We have unhinged the only planet we know. To go back to my first set of questions, if people refuse to accept the reality of the flood, how do we make them see wonder and beauty in the world around them? How do we invite gratitude for the simple things that God has called good, the basics upon which our lives depend, and on which all life on the planet depends? How do we instill a sense of wonder and joy and delight in people who live their whole lives so completely separated from nature, who consider their lives as primary? Who choose to define human as separate from or completely in control of the natural world? How can we learn to steward and tend the earth, God's good, abundant, graciously providing earth, with a sense of wonder, joy, gentleness, and gratitude, just like that of a frustrated 12-year-old?
I want to make a comment. At the book launch in New York, I shared with you the poem by Leave, and then the response by Eduardo, and they were the first two on the program. Then it was my turn, and I said, note to self, in any future event, do not go after Leave and Eduardo. It's the same way with Siggy. It's a mistake to follow her. But wonderful, thank you, and Carter as well. Should we just take questions? Yeah, and I'll try to remember to repeat them. Yeah, the questions are to the three of us. The questions can also be across to you. That is to say, if you hear a question and you want to respond, do so. This is a collective undertaking here.
I have a question for the two younger people.
Yep. Let me get out of the way. I'm not one of them, right?
I'm a millennial, and when I was in your shoes, I heard about the church crumbling. And when I grew up, when I was about your age, my mentor said, the world is more yours than it is mine. And I want you guys to grab it. But the next question then that I have coming from that worldview is, as a church, what do we need to do for you? Because obviously it didn't do well with me, and I see the pain that is, and I don't want you to experience that. So how can we start working that for you?
This person said, how can we make our churches support this younger generation? Is that all right? Carson, do you want to go? Or
No, one thing I hear a lot from different kind of people in the church is, you know, we want to hear young people's voice. We want them to be involved. And then the second I go looking for spaces to have my voice be heard, they're a little few and far between. But so I would encourage those of you who are leaders in your church to be really intentional about asking youth what they think, what their hopes are, what their dreams are, but also, what they're afraid of, what they're nervous about for the future, for themselves and for the church. And I would just really listen to them, because some youth have amazing ideas on how, we're such a unique generation where we had to experience a pandemic going through high school, college, and middle school, which like no other generation has, had to experience. And so we have really unique life experiences that need tending to. And so if you ask them a question and you invite them to be involved and they answer, just listen and take what they say to heart.
Well, for me, I have a wonderful church, and the church is where I feel the most, understood. We're so, I don't know, our church is amazing. We do so many things. Our church connected this, like I wouldn't have the book at all if it weren't for Pastor David and Auntie Em. And yeah, the church is where I hear things, and it makes connections in my head, and that's something I don't get at school. So I'm grateful to my church. I feel really good.
Well, this isn't about Siggy's church, but others. My bishop of the Rocky Mountain Synod, Bishop James Goyen, says that everywhere he goes, he gets the question, how do we get the youth to come back to church? And his answer is, you won't. You need to go where they are. Hang out with them, the places that matter to them.
It's just I feel like the youth are more, I feel like in a lot of cases it's that the church seems stereotypically restrictive, but it's not. And in this moment, it's where we can feel the most inclusivity, at least in my church, and it's we just need kids to listen and actually find out what it's all about.
Okay. Any more questions?
Just to echo something that I think I'm hearing from up front, and also I hear from my own pastor at my church. Oftentimes people will say that young people are the future, and that's cool, but also young people are the present. And even though you can't vote yet, like you are doing amazing things here and doing amazing things in your community. And this isn't a question, sorry, you're doing a great job. Keep it up, is really what I have to say. But yeah, just the takeaway I think is that yes, young people are going to be in here in 50, 60, 70 years experiencing life still on this planet, but we're experiencing it now, and it kind of stings right now too.
So, the climate crisis is definitely upon us like a flood. We've heard a lot about that today. I guess my question is, humans have solved big problems before. What gives you hope? And I'll give acid rain, the ozone hole, as examples where we have come together globally and collectively addressed the problem. The climate crisis is the biggest one. I guess what I'm curious about your ideas, what gives you hope that we can figure this one out too?
Yeah. I'll go and then you all go.
Okay.
Yeah. For the online audience, the question is what gives me, what gives us hope that we can solve this problem too, since we've solved a lot of them. I was on a committee for the AAAS, American Association for the Advancement of Science, on their ethics committee, and one of the members of that committee was Rick Potts. I don't know if Rick is still doing it. At that time, he was the head of human origins for the Smithsonian Institute. So he dug up humans for, he didn't dig them up for millennia, he dug millennia of humans up. And so I said, Rick, you've looked at human beings over thousands and thousands of years. What's your takeaway for us as a species? And he says, well, we're creative, we're adaptive, and we're resilient. Now, a lot of individuals died in the process and didn't make those big transitions that happened to them, but some did because they were creative, adaptive, and resilient. So one thing that gives me hope is just that long history of humans having to address life when it comes in ways that they did not expect, even if they were the cause. So that's what gives me hope. But the other thing is, we're creatures of hope. I don't think you can be human and not have the impulse to hope. It's just deep in our genes to be hopeful. Now there are people who have given up. They're hopeless. That's not on their better days. On their better days, they're hopeful and trying to address this transformation that's necessary. So how about you two?
Well, as I said before, it's hard to see a lot of hope because it's easier to pay attention to the huge bad things that are happening and the really scary developments that humans are making, because it seems like the rush of invention and the, keep pushing forward to make things better for ourselves, just for our species, even if it's at the cost of all the rest of the world. It's horrifying. But what I get hope from is the prophets, as you call them in your book, like Greta Thunberg, and like all the people out there who are making revolutions or mini revolutions or just, saying things. And this thing that we're doing right now gives plenty of hope because other people are doing things just like it everywhere. And so if we just can ignore the huge corporations doing their thing and, the scary technology we're inventing, such as cryo-freezing or uploading our minds after we die to the internet, or, I don't know, making AI control the world, then there's hope underneath all that. I'm serious. Well, because, we're doing things. We're doing big things, and I think if enough people can make people listen, which is what we have to really focus on now, then I think, we can do it.
No, my kind of take on that question is one of the kind of beautiful gifts that God has given us is inviting us to be in creation with God. And kind of throughout history, we've created systems that, serve ourselves and serve our, our search for an easy life. And I think some days I ponder if our best hope isn't, being in creation with God, but, deconstructing some of the things that we ourselves have created. And so a lot of the times I look at the world we're living in and, our policies, our just all of these systematic ways that we've, tried to make our lives easier that have in turn hurt the earth. Our best help someday, or our biggest hope to save someday, or to save the earth some days is, what does it look like to deconstruct those things? And so some days it's the idea of deconstruction that gives me hope.
So in a moment, it's going to be time to express a final for the morning thanks to Larry and also Carson and Gigi. But for now, I want to say a couple of things preparatory to what's next. First of all, what's next, as you probably already have guessed, is lunch in the parish hall. Your maps will guide you, if not the people that are in front of you. And if you made a specific order for food, you will get what you ordered. So there's another question. Okay, we're almost out of time. Could any other, I'm sure there's other questions, so the online question and other questions, you can come up afterwards to Larry, Gigi, and Carson. Maybe they can wait for a moment. And then we want you to go to all 4 ARC building sessions at 3 o'clock, but you can talk with them more then. So downstairs to the parish hall for lunch. And then we're coming back up here, prelude with our song leader, Sarah Thompson, starting at 1 o'clock, and our summit worship at 1:15. And I know a lot of people have been asking about the water that you brought. Where does that, it comes, it's for that worship service. Can you just bring it up, or just bring it up? There's some things on the windowsills too? Right, but they bring it to worship. Right, so if it's in your car, you can bring it back. Yeah. All right. I do want to disagree with you in one respect, Larry. Yeah. We aren't just individuals, but each of us does have planted in us a deep fire of truth. You need to tell yourself the truth that is within you, and you need to live it. And that flame will change everything. Every one of us. You don't disagree with that, do you? Okay. Thank you. All right, so let's have a chance to thank Larry for the morning and Gigi and Carson.
All my relations come, every nation come, all my relations under the sun. We are one, we are praying come, we are praying come, we are the song and we are the drum. We are one, we are the river come, we are the river come, we are the boat, the paddle, the shore. We are one, many which only sing, many which only sing, many which only water is life for everything. We are the water, sing, we are the water, sing, we are the water, we are where all life begins. We are the ancient ones, we are the ancient ones. In your breath and bones we sing on. We are one, we are the meadow come, we are the meadow come, we are the lark that sings, the new day has begun. We are the new day, run, run, run. We are the new day, run, run, run. We are the old and we are the young. We are one, many which only sing, many which only sing, many which only water is life for everything. We are the water, sing, we are the water, sing, we are the water, we are where all life begins. We are the earth and sky, we are the thunder cries, we are the fire, we are the light in your eyes. We are standing strong, like a rock, like a stone, on the sacred ground we belong. We are home, many which only sing, many which only sing, many which only water is life for everything. We are the water, sing, we are the water, sing, we are the water, we are where all life begins. All my relations come, every nation come, all my relations under the sun. We are one. Welcome back from lunch, everyone. I want to invite everyone to just sing on the chorus of that. That was just to sort of start feeding that into your, the sound of that song into your ears. But I'm going to invite you now to sing on the chorus, which is Miniwachoni, the Lakota words. Okay, I'll stay over here. Couldn't get that mic going. So the chorus. Many Wachoni sing, which is water is life in Dakota, Lakota. Many Wachoni sing. Try that. Many Wachoni sing. Many Wachoni sing. Try that. Many Wachoni sing. Many Wachoni, water is life for everything. Many Wachoni, water is life for everything. We are the water, sing, try that. We are the water, sing. We are the water, sing. We are the water, sing. We are the water, we are where all life begins. We are the water, we are where all life begins. Many Wachoni sing, now all together. Many Wachoni sing. Many Wachoni, water is life for everything. We are the water, sing. We are the water, sing. We are the water, we are where all life begins. All my relations come. Every nation come, all my relations under the sun. We are one. We are praying, come. We are praying, come. We are the song and we are the drum. We are one. We are the river, come. We are the river, come. We are the lark that sings, the new day has begun. Many Wachoni sing. Many Wachoni sing. Many Wachoni, water is life for everything. We are the water, sing. We are the water, sing. We are the water, we are where all life begins. We are the ancient ones. We are the ancient ones. In your breath and bones we sing on. We are one. We are the meadow, come. We are the meadow, come. We are the lark that sings, the new day has begun. We are the new day, run, run, run. We are the new day, run, run, run. We are the old and we are the young. We are one. Many Wachoni sing. Many Wachoni sing. Many Wachoni, water is life for everything. We are the water, sing. We are the water, sing. We are the water, we are where all life begins. We are the earth and sky. We are the thunder cries. We are the fire, we are the light in your eyes. We are standing strong, like a rock, like a stone, on the sacred ground. We Many Wachoni sing, many Wachoni water is a life for everything. We are the water, sing. We are the water, sing. We are the water, we are where all life begins. All my relations come, every nation come. All my relations under the sun, we are one.
Just a few notes before we begin. Does everyone have one of these? And then you'll just have to trust the Spirit. For those of you who want to know what we're going to do with them, you'll just have to live into the worship. And also, if everyone will make sure they have a cloth, and take the one on the back of your chair, so does everyone. We'll use these later in the worship. Anyone missing? These are our prayer flags. And then we ask that you stay seated, and you'll know why during the prelude. So just remain seated during that. Let the heavens be glad, and let the earth rejoice.
Sing the Holy One a new song. Let the heavens rejoice and let the earth be glad.
Let the sea thunder and all that is in it. Let the field be joyful and all that is therein.
Then shall the trees of wood shout for joy at your coming, O God.
For you come to judge the earth.
How you can take your soluble paper and write on it as we sing this stanza 1. What are the toxic clouds that, and how do they give you a sense of hopelessness, which we heard from Gigi this morning and felt from Gigi? What is the sense of your heart and your spirit as you contemplate the toxic clouds?
Creator of heaven and earth, you brought forth a beautiful and fruitful world, teeming with abundant life and infused with your goodness and mercy. Help us learn to become healers in your world.
Lead us in ways that can restore health to a wounded creation. Empower us to lead a thriving world for our grandchildren and for all the creatures that on earth will dwell.
May we sing a new song to praise your name. May we sing Sher Hadash. May we sing Tarnima Jidida.
Let the sea roar and all that fills it.
A reading from Genesis. Now the earth was corrupt in God's sight, and the earth was filled with violence. And God saw that the earth was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted its ways upon the earth. And God said to Noah, I have determined to make an end of all flesh, for the earth is filled with violence because of them. Now I am going to destroy them along with the earth. Make yourself an ark of cypress wood. Make rooms in the ark and cover it inside and out with pitch. For my part, I am going to bring a flood of waters on the earth, to destroy from under heaven all flesh, in which is the breath of life. Everything that is on the earth shall die. But I will establish my covenant with you, and you shall come into the ark, you, your sons, your wife, and your sons' wives with you. And of every living thing, of all flesh, you shall bring 2 of every kind into the ark, to keep them alive with you. And Noah did all that God had commanded him. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, on the 17th day of the month, on that day, all the fountains of the great deep burst forth, and the windows of the heavens were opened. The rain fell on the earth 40 days and 40 nights. Holy wisdom, holy word.
For the rest of my days, I will be puzzled how it came to pass on our watch that the Holocene and moved into the Anthropocene, and we left you in diminished planet. How is it that the order of creation's well-being as a primary and human well-being as a derivative was flipped? How is that our imprint is now so deep and dangerous that we are not only the ark but the flood?
Prayers for peace and justice. God of promise, trust us to save and keep watch the creation. We have filled the earth with violence and horror. We are caught in our own corruption. We pray for those suffering from the trauma of war, especially those in Haiti, Gaza, Israel, Myanmar, Ukraine, Sudan, and for those we lift up in our hearts or aloud. Wash away the acts of violence that we have created.
Lift up new hearts of justice and peace as an everlasting covenant in all the earth.
Stir up in us the thirsty for respect, equality, and justice for our indigenous American sisters and brothers. May we come to value the earth and all its creatures as deeply as their reverence for God's creation. May we all, as kindred in spirits, raise up our new songs and sing together Hashke Mowin Olowan.
We sing together Hashke Mowin Olowan,
As we sing refrain 3, we invite you to pass your papers into the aisle closest to you. We'll pick them up where our dancers are movement leaders. So pass them to the center or to the aisle, whichever is closer. Let the fields exalt and all that is therein.
Can we sing a new song? Can we sing a new song? Can we sing a new song? Oh, can we sing a new song? Wash the mowing, wash the mowing, how can we all sing praises to the Holy One?
Today we have gathered, and we see that the cycles of life continue. We have been given the duty to live in balance and harmony with each other and all living things. So now we bring our minds together as one, as we give greetings and thanks to each other as people. Now our minds are one.
Let us pray for our waters. We give you thanks to all the waters of the world for quenching our thirst and providing us with the strength. Water is life. We know its power, its many forms. Waterfalls and rain, mixed and stream, river and ocean. With one mind, we send greetings and thanks to the Spirit of water.
Now our minds are one. We gather our minds together to send greetings and thanks to all the animal life in the world. They have many things to teach us as people. We are honored by them when they give up their lives so we may use their bodies as food for our people. We see them near our homes and in the deep forests. We are glad they are still here, and we hope that it will always be so. Now our minds are one.
The trees. We now turn our thoughts to the trees. The earth has many families of trees who have their own instructions and uses. Some provide us with shelter and shade, others with fruit, beauty, and other useful things. Many people of the world use a tree as symbol of peace and strength. With one mind, we greet and thank the trees of life.
Now our minds are one.
The four winds. We are all thankful to the powers we know as the four winds. We hear their voices in the moving air as they refresh us and purify the air we breathe. They help us to bring the change of seasons. From the four directions they come, bringing us messages and giving us strength. With our mind, we send our greetings and thanks to the four winds.
We now send greetings and thanks to our eldest brother, the sun. Each day, without fail, he travels the sky from east to west, bringing the light of a new day. He is the source of all the fires of life. With one mind, we send greetings and thanks to our brother, the Sun.
The Creator. Now we turn our thoughts to the Creator, our Great Spirit, and send greetings and thanks for all the gifts of creation. Everything we need to live a good life is here on this Mother Earth. For all the love that is still around us, we gather our minds together as one and send our choicest words of greetings and thanks to the Creator.
We have now arrived at the place where we end our words. Of all the things we have named, it was not our intention to leave anything out. If something was forgotten, we leave it to each individual to send such greetings and thanks in their own way. Now our minds are one.
You are invited to bring the jars of water you brought from home, or grab the pitchers off of the windowsills and come and pour them, and there's water around the font, and come and pour them in, remembering, as we heard this morning, the holiness of water wherever it is found. Let's bring those waters forward.
Great Spirit, creator of the universe, for the water protectors courageously guarding your streams, rivers, lakes, and oceans. we give you thanks, and we praise your name. For protectors of the majestic trees and vast open spaces, keeping watch over forests and jungles, plains and tundras, deserts and wetlands, glaciers and ice caps. For the health of villages, towns and cities, farms and ranches, parks and preserves, wilderness and metropolis. For all life on this earth that has gone before us, dwells with us, and will proceed after us. We sing our Canción Nueva, our Wimbo Miepes. We sing a new song.
Then shall all the trees of the forest sing for joy.
A reading from Revelation. Then the angel showed me the river of the water of life, bright as crystal, flowing from the throne of God and of the Lamb, through the middle of the street of the city. On either side of the river is the tree of life, with its 12 kinds of fruit, producing its fruit each month. And the leaves of the tree are for the healing of the nations. Nothing accursed will be found there any more. But the throne of God and of the Lamb will be in it. And God's servants will worship the divine. They will see God's face, and God's name will be on their foreheads. And there will be no more night. They need no light of lamp or sun, for the Holy One will be their light, and they will reign forever and ever. And the angel said to me, "These words are trustworthy and true, for the Holy One, the God of the spirits of the prophets, has sent me to show you what must soon take place." Holy wisdom, holy word.
Thanks be to God.
Let us pray that God's promises come soon. I invite you to take the strip of cloth, your prayer flag, and hold it in your hands. Standing in the waters of baptism, breathe deeply of the Spirit of God. A light with a righteous blaze of anger. Exhale a prayer of reconciliation for the nations, world, for earth. Flood your cloth with divine love. Wading in the waters of creation, breathe deeply of the presence of God. Burning with a prophetic fire of expectation, exhale a prayer of reparation for the nations of the world, for the planet. Saturate your cloth with holy hope. Splashing in the waters of the cosmos, breathe deeply of the heart of God. Infused with a warming blaze of peace, exhale a prayer of renewal for the nations of the world, for all creation. Drench your cloth with sacred grace. I invite you to breathe in deeply. As you exhale, let the Spirit's Amen move over your cloth. So may it be. So may it be. As we sing the final refrain, you are invited to come forward and drape your cloth on the altar, on the font, or tie it to the tree of life.
you.
I messed up. So we're doing the arcs and remembering these are the arcs that God is inviting us into. All the arcs we're talking about represented by the arc from us to the font, from us to the altar, from us to the tree of life, and from the tree of life back to us. And maybe what we've learned today, we need to start with the tree. And now we are processing out. We can all be part of the ark. We can be embraced by the ark. Come on, this side. We're gathered in the ark.
And we sing a new song. How can we sing a new song? Canticum novum. Sing a new song. Let all the earth sing praises to the Holy One. Let all the earth sing praises to the Holy One. Let all the earth sing praises to the Holy One. Let all the earth sing praises to the Holy One. Let all the earth sing praises to the Holy One. Let all the earth sing praises to the Holy One. Let all the earth sing praises to the Holy One. Let all the earth sing praises to the Holy One. Let all the earth sing praises to the Holy One. Let all the earth sing praises to the Holy One. Let all the earth sing praises to the Holy One. Let all the earth sing praises to the Holy One. Let all the earth sing praises to the Holy One. Let all the earth sing praises to the Holy One. Let all the earth sing praises to the Holy One. Let all the earth sing praises to the Holy One. Let all the earth sing praises to the Holy One. Let all the earth sing praises to the Holy One. Let all the earth sing praises to the Holy One. Let all the
So, we trust that you are all here for energy transitions and the Inflation Reduction Act, building arcs to renewable energy. I'm Pastor David Carlson, and I serve as part of the EcoFaith Summit planning team, and also a co-chair with Kristen Foster in the Northeastern Minnesota Synod EcoFaith Network. And I have the honor to be today's host, to welcome you to this particular ARC building session and to briefly introduce our speakers. John Skaug comes from the Northwest Synod of Wisconsin, ELCA, and is the president of his congregation there, has had a career in the biopharmaceutical industries, and is an active and chair of his congregation creation care team, as well as being part of the Synod's creation care team. And you can read more about his bio and also the next speakers in your packet that's digital. Also, to introduce Brett Pence, who is the Greater Minnesota Director of Interfaith Power and Light, and since 2014. And I'm really thankful to be working with Brett in a number of ways, including with an Earth Harmony book discussion group that takes place every month in person here in Duluth at Sarah's Table. And you can find some of that information in the Green Blades Rising newsletter, which is an electronic newsletter that is sent out to the EcoFaith Network. I would like you to join me in welcoming these two very qualified and impassioned speakers to share with us about energy transitions and the Inflation Reduction Act. John Skaug and Brett Pence. One more thing is that we would like you to please sign this sign-in sheet. And so there are a number of these sheets. I'm going to scatter them around as they begin.
Hello. What a morning. What a service. Makes you just want to dive into tax policy, doesn't it? I'm here with John. We put together a slide show for you about the Inflation Reduction Act and energy transitions, as David said. Before we get started, could people just raise your hand if you've heard of the Inflation Reduction Act? Oh, that is fantastic. So it wasn't long ago I'd go to a place and only one or two hands would come up. Or often I would say the IRA and some Irish guy would go, I know what that is. Or and some guy with investments would do that. So it is great. Some of you have heard of it. We're going to talk about that. Let me advance slides. We're going to talk about, this is our, our little outline. What is it? You know, how is it involved in the energy transition? What are some of the details we think congregations and individuals should know? John is expert in some items. I'm more in others. So John, again, feel free to jump in as we go through this. And then we'll end with some case studies, and we're going to try to leave enough time for questions and answers. One thing before we get started, this is a really big subject. We could go on and on for this, and if there's any tax lawyers in here, I know you'd love to engage in the details, and I'm geeky enough that I'd want to do that with you. But we're going to give you kind of a broad overview. There's lots of detail, lots of questions you'll have. Write them down, save it to the end, and also we did bring a lot of information with us that's in some of the displays and stuff out in the hallway. So don't worry, just mark that in your head as we go along. Okay, the Inflation Reduction Act. It's a federal law. It was signed in August 2022. It comes with a broad history. And all those acronyms at the top, forget about that for a second as we just talk about what it is. It was a very large spending bill. But what was it spending on? Well, some of it was spending on tax information, tax collections, something to do to bring down the deficit. There was healthcare, really important healthcare law within that. The federal government can now negotiate on drug prices on certain drugs to drive the cost down. They've been trying to do that for a long time. But the bulk of the bill, and what we're going to talk about, is really focused on climate, and particularly in transitioning to clean energy. And so, highlighted in red, we're going to focus on that. A lot of spending on that. You know, the bulk of the spending in this bill, $370 billion, is on that. That's an estimate, and maybe at the end we'll have a chance to say how we think it's going to be quite a bit more than that, and it's sort of up to you as to how big that will be. And it really is geared to lower the emissions, the total emissions of the United States, a lot by 2030. It doesn't get us to where science tells us we need to go to reduce our that temperature kind of ceiling that we heard about today of 1.5 degrees Fahrenheit. We probably need 50%, but it gets us a lot of the way there. And this was something that was discussed really for the last 15 years, really since maybe 2010, where the last carbon bill, or kind of a carbon tax that went in front of the Congress, failed. And the idea was, well, what are we going to do? How are we going to move, you know, from a fossil fuel-based system that's causing these emissions, which is causing climate change? How are we going to get around that? You heard the GND, Green New Deal, I think was the first indication that we're going to try and do something different the next time we're trying to get federal law on this. The 2020 election really brought in climate. And then you heard it in Build Back Better around the pandemic. And then the IIJA, or Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill. All of these bills were, again, talking about climate, what we could do, what are the actions we could take. So let's dig into kind of what is that? What's the theory of change in this bill? And basically, it's clean up electricity. So the question of how do we do this? We know at this point how to clean up electricity. I've been doing this for a while now. Back in early 2000, there were a lot of folks that said, you can't have more than 5% renewables on the grid or the grid will crash. You cannot do it. Mostly they were utilities that said that. There are some states that have 60% renewables on the grid. Iowa is one, they have a ton of wind. We have 25%, I think, renewables on our grid. So there is a huge success story of renewables, particularly wind and solar, that are now really, really cheap. They're the cheapest energy in the history of mankind that are rolling forward. It's not fast enough yet. We need to get there faster, but we know how to clean up electricity. And so clean it up. The second part is electrify everything. Once you've got clean electricity, use that. Don't use those fuels that we know are causing this problem. Don't use oil, don't use propane, don't use natural gas. Try to get off those fuels and electrify everything that's using that with this clean electricity. And then the final part that's critical is don't leave anyone behind. We've had transitions and we've often gone through them in history, and unplanned transitions leave people behind. That can cause all kinds of problems. It can cause effects that you didn't foresee, and it's not just. To speak from the pulpit, it's not just. And so this bill was really focused on, okay, if we're going to leave, there are people that weren't able to take part, in this economy of fossil fuels for all these years. Let's make sure they have a place at the table. Let's make sure people that are losing their jobs have a place to go. This is just a graphic of noting that electrification happens everywhere. If you look around your house, just think about the things that don't run on electricity that maybe could. And maybe this will open your eyes to something. I think we've talked about electric cars, but maybe your dryer, maybe your stove, maybe your furnace. Think about different things that you might be able to electrify. All of that kind of stuff is embedded within this bill, and getting people to be able to afford it, right? So, now we're going to get into the juicy part of tax policy, and I know you're riveted by this, but you should be riveted by this particular point. And we're going to talk about commercial tax benefits at the beginning, but in particular, we want to talk to you as members of congregations that are nonprofits. Because in the past, congregations could not take part in the incentives that were for solar for the most part, because those incentives were tax credits, and you're nonprofits. We are nonprofits. We don't pay tax. We can't take advantage of the tax breaks over the last 15, 20 years. And so solar was more expensive for a church to put on than it was for business. That's just the way it was until the Inflation Reduction Act. So the main thing that it did is it allowed churches to benefit from a tax credit through something called direct pay. It's also called elective pay, depending on the federal agency you talk to. And what it does is it allows a church, a nonprofit, to file a tax credit, even though they didn't pay taxes, and they get called a refundable tax credit. You get that money back. You get that after you would file taxes for this refundable tax credit, then you would get that money back. So it's maybe a year after you put in the solar array, you're getting 30% back as a baseline, which is pretty incredible, and that is that is the turnkey cost of the installation. That includes almost all the costs that would go into that. So that is a huge deal for congregations. So if you looked at solar in the past and you said, we can't afford that, look again, because those numbers have all changed now. Also, what this does, I'm going to advance this. Here's a just kind of graph of how it's changed. In the past, we did, my organization, MNIPL, and other organizations tried to help churches get the tax credit through a really roundabout way, through a third party. That's that graph on the left. It didn't work that well. I mean, we did get solar on some churches through this methodology, but truthfully, that middle party took a lot of the benefit before it got back to the church, and we weren't really satisfied with it. Now this tax credit allows the benefits to go directly back to the church, which is fantastic.
And Brett, by extension, it's all nonprofits, so it can be schools, municipal buildings.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Think about who are the nonprofits in your neighborhood. If you think of the Sesame Street song, who are the people in your neighborhood? School districts, colleges, city governments, county governments. This applies to that whole electric co-ops even. It applies to this whole range. Thank you. And I said it's a 30% tax credit. That's its base, as you can see with the yellow up here. But there are additional adders, we call them. You stack on top of that 30%, you can qualify for more. So for instance, this congregation is in a low-income district as defined by the federal government. They could apply to be for that under one of those blue categories and get another 10% off. If you're from Grand Rapids, Minnesota, or if you're from the North Shore up in God's country up in Grand Marais, then you're in an energy community because you've had a coal plant shut down recently, and you get into, just for virtue of being in that spot, you get an additional 10% back. And then domestic content as well. If you're using American-made products and panels, you can get another 10%. So you can see this could quickly add up to quite a bit of money back and really lower the cost of that solar array 30, 40, 50%, even as high as 70% in some situations. Most faith communities won't qualify for that, but 40%, 50% is happening already. So it's quite extraordinary. One thing before we move on is a lot of these rules are still being written. John, you want to talk about that just real quick?
Yeah, we built our solar array last March, and I was sold it to the congregation in part because of the Inflation Reduction Act, and I have a slide later on that. But the rules for getting the elective pay just came out in December. Remember, Brett said at the start, the law was passed in August of 2022. So it's 18 months before they even got the rules on how you can apply for them. And other parts of the bill are like that as well, still rolling out.
Right, they are still building the plane as it's flying on a lot of this stuff. For instance, there are churches that did actually put on solar on their array last year. We're helping them through the tax, filing their taxes right now. They still don't know if they can apply for the domestic credit, because those rules are still being finalized even at this late date. So we're in this is an energy transition, this is an administrative transition, this is a transition just straight out the bat, but it's exciting to see us moving in the right direction. Okay, We're moving from the church, from the commercial space, from the nonprofit space to the individual tax credits. And the IRA provides a lot of individual tax credits as well. And it's maybe worth to say, at this point, what is a tax credit? If you've paid taxes, and the government has garnished your wages in some way to take your taxes, you anticipate you're paying taxes if you're self-employed, then you can claim a credit to get some of that back, okay? If you are poor enough that you're not paying taxes, a tax credit is not very good for you because you can't claim it. So on an individual level, we don't have anything akin to what we're doing with nonprofits at this point. In the tax credits, we do have something called a refund, which we'll talk to in just a minute, which is exciting and can get to that population. But again, tax credits are an important policy. It's an important incentive that the government can offer to try to help people incentivize or afford things. And there's quite a bit. There's an individual solar tax credit, which is also on these other technologies, batteries, wind, ground source heat pumps. Again, it's 30% back. That's a fairly straightforward one. There are also a bunch of energy efficiency tax credits really around electrification, like we talked about, trying to electrify everything. So replacing your furnace and putting in a heat pump is something we'll talk about in a case study. That's covered under a tax credit. But also including think about the oldies but goodies, right? That we know insulation works, we know replacing windows and doors can work, we know air sealing your house can work. All those kind of things we as Minnesotans in a cold climate understand. That is also, part of these tax credits. And there's just quite a bit there. We could dive into it, but I hope this gives you just a little idea that there's quite a bit out there available to help you, move towards being a more energy efficient household, and help your neighbors do that too. But again, we did not get tax credits for low-income people we didn't get that into the bill. There was a certain senator from West Virginia that wasn't real excited about that. So he's also the way, actually, a lot of people will ask, why is it called the Inflation Reduction Act when it's a climate bill? Again, there's a certain senator from West Virginia who really was interested in that name. So that's why it's called, if he wanted to be the Skunk Smell Like Roses Act, that's what it would have been. But rebates did get into this, and one person we can really thank for this is Senator Tina Smith from Minnesota, who really advocated for this, as well as for the nonprofit provision. Rebates they are for low to moderate income folks, 80% to 150, under 150% of area median income. I know you want to know what that means. We'll send you to a calculator at the very end so you can figure that out. Or under 80% of area median income means you're low income, and it gives you even more incentive. If you're under that lowest barrier, you could get up to 100% of like a heat pump for your house paid for at the point of sale. So the rebates are point of sale for low to moderate income folks for a wide range of things. It's very, very exciting, except that it's not here yet. The tax credits are here. The rebates are not, but they are coming. They are a federal rebate to be administered by each state. And in Minnesota, we're thinking it should be late 2024 at this point that we'll be getting them. And our Department of Commerce will be the one administering that. And in Wisconsin,
we received $149 million from the federal government. That is going to go into a program that's well known to state residents called Focus on Energy. And that program, in Department of Commerce for Minnesota. In Wisconsin, there's already infrastructure for doing that. They expect to publish their process for distributing those federal dollars in June, July, August, something like that.
Oh, great. So, to be noted that this is coming in. This is just a graphic of this is the maximum that you could get back in terms of a point of sale rebate for these things. Again, up to 100% of the cost. So imagine $8,000 for a heat pump. Let's say a low-income family needs air conditioning that pooped out on them. They could just go to the contractor, have it done, he takes it, installs it, it's done. So that's a game changer for low-income folks. It's a game changer for moderate-income folks who oftentimes don't have the cash up front. And one of the key things about this transition is to a clean energy economy is the cost of it is all up front almost. Once you get a solar array on your building or once you get a heat pump, you're making money back or it's very, very cheap to operate. But that initial capital cost is high, and that's why this is so critical. And again, there's more I know you want to know more information about it, and we'll provide that. John, you want to talk about EVs at all?
Sure. So for electric vehicles, there was a tax credit, but as of January 1st of this year, it's a point of sale rebate. So it's a reduction off the price. It's income based, so for a new EV, for an individual, you can get up to $7,500 off. Used vehicle would be $4,000. And then there's similar types of incentives for businesses and nonprofits. There are requirements for individuals for income requirements. Manufacturers are being required to source some of the parts as well as the manufacturing. They're encouraging that to be done in the United States. So that's a progressive thing that's happening. And then the EV charge, so usually when you buy an electric vehicle, you're also going to buy a charger. There are incentives from your utility, but there are also incentives from the Inflation Reduction Act for purchasing an EV charger for your home. And then there's some useful resources there. Rewiringamerica.org in particular, and Brett's got the links, but that is sort of like your own little calculator for any of the incentives that we're talking about today. If you go to rewiringamerica.org, it will tell you what you qualify for.
That's right, yep. And we'll have that calculator up later, and also if you want to come visit me afterwards, I'll have a little iPad there, and you could actually just plug in the calculator if you want. Okay, briefly on this, because we're mostly talking about the Federal Inflation Reduction Act, but one of the key things to note is these federal incentives, whether they're the federal rebates administered by the states, I know that's confusing, whether they're the federal tax credits. There are other incentive options that you can stack on that, meaning you can add to that. In Minnesota, we had a monumental legislative session last year that passed all kinds of different incentives. Some of these are available now, like the EV. There's an EV rebate for Minnesota that you can add to the federal rebate that you get at point of sale. Some of them are still coming, like a heat pump rebate that's up there, even an e-bike incentive, which is coming. So you can add that. If there's a federal incentive, you can add that onto it and get even more money back. And then, of course, we have utilities, too. And utilities are typically incentivized by the state or mandated by the state to have energy efficiency programs. Thus, they've had these rebate programs over time, and you can use those as well to lower your cost. And in Wisconsin also has some of that as well, right?
Yeah, yep. Very, very nice.
Right. Okay, let's, what we thought we'd do, and we're doing good on time here, so I think we can spend a little bit, just a few minutes on each case study, is just tell you how that could work. You know, this is a lot of information we're throwing at you. Some of you want detail, some are maybe probably overwhelmed at this point, but how does this look for a person trying to do a project? So we put together a few case studies and we'll kind of walk you through it. Okay, and I'm going to do this first one. This is mi casa. This is my house here in Duluth, and I have a gas furnace that's on its way out. And the thought was, well, let's get a bid. Let's get some bids from contractors. What would it cost to replace this gas furnace entirely with a heat pump? And in this case, it's an air source heat pump. So that's similar to an air conditioner, but instead of moving heat outside of your house and cooling it off, it also moves heat into your house from the atmosphere and warms it up. Heat pumps work both ways. Although it's a familiar technology, this is the way refrigerators work as well, right? And we now have probably the last 5-7 years, we have had cold climate heat pumps that can heat your house even when it's below zero. And so it's an option now to entirely replace the furnace with a heat pump. So I did the math with an actual bid, And then I applied these different incentives through that. And you can see what happened. A $16,000 bid became $2,000. Have I done this yet? I have not, because remember, some of these rebates are still not there. I'm still waiting for the rebate from the IRA. I'm still waiting for the state of Minnesota rebate, those programs to come into existence. But this is the time I can do my planning. This is the time I'm actually talking to my contractor saying, I want to do this when these rebates are available. And notice exactly, now there's a payback. Again, the cost, the operating cost of a heat pump is low. It's even lower than natural gas at my house, which is really fairly cheap. But in order to have a payback, I had to reduce that initial cost up front, which all of these incentives did. And that's a link to kind of a webinar series we did on heat pumps, because I know we just touched on it.
Yeah, there's a poster out by our synod table that discusses this project in detail, but our church put in a solar system. It's a 82 panel, 44 kilowatt system that's going to supply about 80% of our electricity needs annually. So what I've listed here is the total project cost was $117,000. Of that, the solar array itself was $114,000. The other $3,000 was things like, and you shouldn't forget about this. You know, if you're gonna, you got to do some landscaping under the panels. You have to buy seed to do the planting. Little things that we forgot about, but luckily it wasn't that much. The incentives we got totaled $73,000, and we got a $9,000 incentive from our solar provider, which was Ethos Green Power Cooperative, their small cooperative. We got a Solar for Good grant, which is a Wisconsin program. It's a foundation that is funded through Renew Wisconsin, which is advocating for solar energy. So that was paid for half of the panels. We got a Focus on Energy grant. That's that state agency I mentioned. So that's, and we were coming in just as the IRA was passed. And then the IRA elective pay incentive totaled $35,000. We just submitted the paperwork for that. I mentioned earlier that the rules were defined for how to do this in the tax code for nonprofits in December. And so we filled out the paperwork, and I just e-filed it last week. One thing to just be aware is these are so new that even the people that do your tax preparing may not be aware of all the changes that have happened. So you kind of got to quiz them a little bit and make sure that they're aware. So if you add all that up, the cost to the congregation was about $46,000. So the way I explained it was, hey, how many times can you go buy something and get a 60% off the sale price? And you know, everybody really buys into creation care and that we're doing the right thing for the planet, but money counts. And the conservative Norwegians in our congregation perked up a little bit when they saw this. It actually was approved by the congregation by a 41 to 17 votes. It was pretty unanimous that we wanted to go ahead.
Yeah. And before we move on to the next case...
one thing. We saved, so far, we've been tracking this like a hawk. We've saved $5,200 in avoided electricity costs just in 11 months. So.
Right, exactly. It's a solar, in this case, other energy efficiency, technologies can be a way for you both to lean into your values and expand your mission or assist your mission financially. So it's a really important point.
And this is a case study. The father and son is, I'm the father and my son is the son. So he bought an EV in December of 2023. So when he bought it, it's just before that change in the tax code. He's going to have to file for a tax credit. Going forward, he could have gotten at point of sale, a $7,500 credit. So first thing I want you to know is when I bought my car 3.5 years ago, the list price was $54,000. His 3.5 years later is $54,000. He got better wheels and a different color, which I would have had to pay more for. So how many other cars do you know have stayed stable in price over 3.5 years? And I believe it's because the efficiencies of scale are starting to take hold in electric vehicles. I got no incentives. He got, Tesla was trying to move a model so that he got $3,100 off just from Tesla, and he got the $7,500 rebate, tax credit, sorry. And so the difference in price is almost $11,000 between when I bought it and when he bought it. But you really need to consider for EVs the total cost of ownership. So $43,000 that my son paid for is still a pretty high price compared to what you can buy in an internal combustion engine, a comparable crossover, hybrid type vehicle. But if you take the total cost of ownership, what people need to realize is that you're not doing oil changes. You're not flushing the radiator. The number of moving parts in an EV are far fewer. There's thousands in an internal combustion engine. There's a few hundred in an electric vehicle. Yes, the batteries use lithium and cobalt, and those are mine-extracted materials. But there have been many studies that have been show that over the life cycle, definitely electric vehicles are far less impactful than internal combustion. Because why? Every time you fill up your car, every time you drive in that car, you're emitting. And so it takes about 2 years in the United States for the carbon benefit of a EV to surpass that of an internal combustion. Because of the battery, at the time of sale, it has cost more carbon for you to purchase that vehicle. But over the life of that vehicle, you very rapidly make up for that carbon deficit at the time of manufacture. So how do you sell EVs to a public where this is the next politicized thing that has come along? Is you emphasize the benefits. They are fast. If you ever get into an EV, and I always do this to my friends, is you push the accelerator and you can feel it. They're fun. They're also clean. They don't use gas. There's less regular maintenance. So you depoliticize it by focusing on the economics and the driving experience. Range anxiety is another thing that people will point to. The infrastructure isn't available. When you look at it, most Americans drive somewhere between 15 and 30 miles a day. There's nothing better than an EV, especially if you live in an urban area. When traffic is stopped, you just stop. You're not burning energy when you do that. You're not emitting greenhouse gases. And as far as the range anxiety, yes, when I go north of Eau Claire, I'm from Osseo, Wisconsin, to drive up here. Once I got north of Eau Claire, there isn't a single supercharger between here and Duluth. There's 3 of them in the Duluth area. The car knows. So if I plug in where I want to go and I don't have the range to get there, it'll tell me. It'll also tell me, well, you need to stop, sometimes even 30%. I had to stop in Eau Claire, which is 20 miles from my home, charge up so I can make it all the way to Duluth. And that's just what we're having to deal with today because the infrastructure isn't there. That is rapidly changing. We're seeing superchargers, the fast charging stations pop up all over the place. And the infrastructure law is guaranteeing that there's money to build out that charging infrastructure.
Thanks, John. And this is a link to the IRA savings calculator that John referred to earlier. This is Rewiring America. This is something if you want to come tap on on the iPad I have at my station, we can show you. But the great thing about this is we've just downloaded so much information, and you're thinking, how does this apply to me? This calculator, you just put in, where you live, what is the size of your household, how much do you earn, and it will tell you exactly, these are the tax credits you can get. These are the rebates you might qualify for, these are the things you might consider, and then we'll tell you more. As John just did a great job telling about EVs, it will give you more information about that technology. So we think it's a really great place that everyone should check out, a great site everyone should check And then we wanted to, of course, leave you with resources and just kind of some steps, how you can, what is the process, once you get this information? How do you think about it? How do you go forward? One is, I think you do the research, You've heard some stuff now. Go on to that website we just referred to at Rewiring America. And if you live in Minnesota, we have an organization called CERTs, Clean Energy Resources Teams. They have great information about these technologies. So you can kind of see, kind of think about what you're interested in, what incentives are out there, and then you can assess your own needs. You can think about, do I have a furnace that's going out? How old is my dryer? Is that going to conk out soon? And think about how you might use the incentives and plan on that. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I do. A couple of things. The wrong time to be thinking about this is when you have an emergency. Your heater goes out. So, because at that point, you're kind of going to do whatever the contractor you call recommends. And a lot of times, to be honest, some of the contractors around are a little resistant to change. Heat pumps are new, and they maybe are referencing older information. Oh, they're inefficient. They don't work when it's below 30. Those are all myths based upon today's technology. So it pays to do your homework. It pays to call multiple contractors and scope out. Who's the guy that's going to tell you that this heat pump is going to work for you, and this is why. And I also believe in that second point tremendously is the IRA will actually pay for you to have a professional come in and do a home energy audit. They'll assess your insulation, they'll assess how many leaks you might have. And so if you go out and buy a nice fancy heat pump, but you've got terrible insulation and you've got a leaky house, it's really not going to be a good choice for you. Maybe you should do the insulation first. Maybe you should seal your cracks in your home first, and then do the more expensive upgrades.
That's right.
So shop around and know what you need.
And I think that's where we'll end it. I think I'll end with the thought. John, I'll let you impart any thoughts too, but I'll end with the thought that at the beginning I said the IRA is $370 billion. Most of that is tax credits. Some of that's the rebates. Most of that is in tax credits. We will, and that's uncapped, we will spend far over that if you use it, if your neighbors use it. If they know that they can get paid to do it, we'll spend more. And guess what? We'll benefit a lot more. And that 40% reduction of carbon that we talked about, emissions, can go up. So it's predicated on that 370 billion was how much people will buy into it. And of course, then the important message is try to get people to buy into it, right? Tell people it's there. So we are deputizing all of you to go out and tell people that this exists, or it's coming in the case of the rebates, and to make those plans. Start to think about how maybe you can participate in that, or how you can help neighbors or your businesses or your nonprofits to benefit from that. John?
Yeah, the one thing that most people don't realize is that the IRA came out of an obscure process called budget reconciliation. And what that effectively requires is that when that bill comes through, they had to submit figures to the CBO and prove that the bill would essentially will pay for itself. And so the way the IRA justified that is the health care provisions of the bill, which allows Medicare to negotiate for the cost of pharmaceuticals. Insulin, for example, is capped now at $35 because of that. The other thing is you probably have heard this hiring of 89,000 new IRS officials. And the reason for that is, well, first of all, the IRS had been depleted by past administrations. So they're building it back up. And what they claimed was that by collecting taxes based upon the existing laws on the books, we'll be able to generate a lot more income just by collecting these. So the healthcare provisions and the tax code, enforcing the existing tax code, is the way that the Inflation Reduction Act is going to pay off that $370 billion.
That's right. Yeah, and of course that doesn't account all the incentives that are non-monetized, the cleaner, cleaner air, cleaner water. We're not even talking about any of that, but of course that's what I think what in this space what we should lift up. I think we have 10 minutes left for questions, and I thank you for your interest, and yeah, look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Gas company resistance. They're still laying in new lines down in the cities. How do you convince someone who's on gas or a city that's on gas to drop the gas at the expense of the gas vendor?
I'm having trouble hearing maybe from some, maybe...
Oh, gas company resistance.
Can you hear it? Because I'm having trouble from up here.
Gas company resistance. The folks that sell it have no advantage in what you're saying. So how do you get on top of that politically and economically? Example, they're laying in new lines in new developments down in the Twin Cities, and that's a 40-year investment in bad karma.
Yes. I see where you're going. So there's a lot of resistance to this, right? There's a lot of entrenched interests, particularly in the fossil fuel industry, that may not be excited about this happening. And how do you deal with that? Well, one thing is you can do it, in spite of that. You can make an example in your neighborhood. Your congregation can be an example for people, and then you can spread that word and lower demand for those products. This is really, the Inflation Reduction Act is a demand reduction act. It is trying to reduce people's demand on fossil fuels greatly over the next 10 years. That is what it's geared to do. That's why those interests don't like it. There is a lot of resistance to that. One thing we're doing in Duluth with my organization is just we're helping a group of folks through an assessment process on replacing their furnace with a heat pump. They've had a lot of contractors in the past tell them they couldn't do it. So we found contractors, with good certifications to talk to them. We found a home auditor that could assess their home. We helped them walk through the process. And what we asked back from them is they spread the word to their neighbors that they do that. So that is one way to go against that resistance. John, do you have?
So I don't know how you convince gas companies that they're doing the wrong thing. But I do know that what most people don't realize, and I have some conservative friends who point out that, solar and renewables, they wouldn't be as cheap if it wasn't for the subsidies. And that's not true, okay? But what you should realize is that the fossil fuel industry has been subsidized to the tune of tens of billions of dollars every year for the past decades. And people just leave that out when they start throwing rocks at renewable energy. So we come back to them and say, so why are we still subsidized? If you took the money that we're subsidizing the fossil fuel industry and you invested that into clean energy technologies, what a beautiful thing that would be.
That's right. Yeah.
But people just need to be educated. Sorry.
Yeah, just a question. I've seen a lot of politicians talk about eliminating all these great programs. And so what I'm wondering about is if the Congress changes and or the presidency changes, and these things, the rules aren't even written for some of these programs, are we going to even be able to invest and take advantage of these? I mean, how easily can they be erased with a new administration and a new Congress?
Can you repeat the question? Because I'm having just trouble.
The question is, what if there's a change in administration? Some of the rules aren't even written. Will we be able to access them? I guess the good news is this is a hard-coded law, so it's not an executive order. So like in the case of Obamacare, what would have to happen is Congress would have to essentially act to repeal the law. The likelihood of that happening, so interestingly, not one Republican legislator in either the House or the Senate voted for the Inflation Reduction Act. But where many of the investments in new manufacturing is taking place are in red states. And, there's a lot of hypocrisy where a lot of the politicians are going back home claiming credit for these nice new shiny factories and investments in their communities. I think that the positive vibe from investments and of consumers being able to invest in clean energy and energy efficiency, I think it's going to be way too popular for them to repeal it. There would have to be a flip of the House and the Senate and the White House. I don't think that's going to happen. Not all three. I'm an optimist too.
I'm gonna add in just a second, just real quick, is that I'm gonna be joining Tammy Woloff from Lutheran Advocacy right after this downstairs on political advocacy. This is a point of political. If you like this, if you think this is worthwhile, if you think, if you listen to our wonderful speakers this morning and you agreed that you should vote on your values, talk to people about this. Talk to your neighbors, talk to your legislators, say, I like this, because it is true that this has been, the Inflation Reduction Act has been under fire, repeatedly, similar to like the Affordable Care Act was under fire from the Republican Party, to be honest, mostly, and they have not been able to get it through, but it's part of their talking points. So my representative in Congress is Stauber from this district. He's a Republican, and I will be in Washington in May, and I will be visiting with him as his constituent and telling him why I like this act and why I want him to not do away with it. So you can do that too. Please, go ahead.
So I really appreciate your presentation, thank you. And I'm excited about a lot of this alternative energy technology. But I'm always thinking as well about some of they're not at all sexy, but just pure efficiencies, and keeping that in the conversation. And also, this is a tax question. I think about, so typically the most energy consumptive appliance in a household is the clothes dryer. And I know that a lot of homeowners associations actually forbid people from having clotheslines, which I like to call the nearly free solar power clothes dryer. You can get this solar power clothes dryer by going to your hardware store or to your basement, and you'll have it. So I'm wondering there are a couple pieces to this. One are, if there's anything you know of in the tax code as it is written that could reward people for moving in this direction. Another is to at least forbid the forbidding of clotheslines. And, maybe that's enough. Yeah.
I think I heard this one, yeah. Nothing in the tax law about clotheslines at this point. But you make an excellent point. So that's another good place for political advocacy. If there's a homeowners association actually doing that, challenging that, I think is important. The other place in the act where I think some of what you're talking about really comes into play, it goes back to what John talked about getting a home energy audit. A home energy audit is going in for a physical. You going in for a physical, assessing where you're at, right? And the tax credits help pay for that. They give you a credit to actually do that. And then when there's recommendations that follow that, and many of the recommendations, some of them will be big, like heat pumps or other things we're talking about, but some of them will be very, very simple. We notice that you have a lot of gaps in the house and you just need to do some caulking around your windows and other things like that. Very cheap to do, very, very high paybacks on that. So very similar in that could be a very simple solution. And there is money for that. There's tax credits and even some of the rebates for that kind of work. So that's one place where I think, in Minnesota in particular, we just have really high heating costs. I've worked with folks that have heat or eat situations in the winter, and I'm really excited that hopefully this act will start to address those simple problems, and then I hope to get them later on into something like a heat pump. But yes, let's do the simple stuff first.
Great answer, Brett. One thing I'll add is, I think it's on the slide there, know thy utility. There's a
Like you, perhaps I've been not watching my watch, and so we're actually at 12:52, and just engrossed in all that you've been sharing today. Let's give Brett and John a hand. And a reminder to, if you have further questions, please do visit them. They each have a table out there, and we're just so grateful for you sharing this great information. Thank you. The next session is going to start in 10 minutes or even less than that. So thank you for being part of this one.
Can you hear me? Oh, this is working. This is a good thing. Just a moment. We're going to start momentarily.
So we have sign-in sheets that are sort of floating around. If there's not one in front of you, hopefully you'll find one sometime and just sign in. And I'll try to kind of keep track of where they are and stuff, but who knows?
Yes. Is that, so it's actually, it actually is working. When I blew on it, I didn't hear my breath, so I assumed it wasn't. What's that?
It's muted when you're not using it.
Somebody else, I don't do this, I don't do tech, so.
Just leave them green. Don't push any buttons, please.
Don't push any buttons, please.
Does this one work? Yes. Before this session gets turned over to Kristen here to do the introductions, I am taking over for a minute. My name is Diane Jacobson, and I am taking over to thank Kristen Foster for all the remarkable work she has done for this summit. Because my work here is done.
All right, I'm speechless. Yeah, thank you so much, Diane. It's been a remarkable planning team, an effort of 10 people, starting in early October, late September, early October, and we've been meeting almost every week to do what we've done. So yes, thank you so much, Diane. Yeah, so I am Kristen Foster, but you're not here to hear me. I'm here to help facilitate a conversation between you and the arc of speakers, keynote speaker and next generation respondents. And that's why you're here, so you can dive more deeply into some questions and thoughts about what it means to build arcs between generations. They said so much more, and we don't have to be narrowly focused, but the description of this session pointed out that, you know, it's not uncommon to talk about a generation gap, is it? You know, I grew up at a time when, you know, anybody over 30 wasn't to be trusted. Don't trust anyone over 30. So we've talked about a generation gap a long time, but there's a vast difference now because the generational gap has become geological. And geological in the sense that, as Larry talks about, and as Gigi alluded to, that it is the gap between moving from the Holocene, the period of thousands of years of climate stability, into an era dominated by human impacts called the Anthropocene, where there is no analog in our future to our past. And so that gap is you know, what do we do with that? How do we not call it just a gap, but build an arc? And maybe that was going through your heads before you, you know, this morning. Soon I'm going to have you start to make comments, ask questions. I will say a couple personal things. One is, when I was sitting next to Gigi this morning, and I said to her, you know, she's in 6th grade, I said, I have a 4th grade or 10-year-old granddaughter, and I started to cry. I didn't expect to start to cry. So you have people like that in your lives, right? children, grandchildren, or maybe you think of your own grandparents who lived in such a different world and took so much care with the things of the earth, what they did. So it's very personal, and before we start, I want you to be in that personal place. Welcome back to Larry, Gigi, and Carson. We're so glad you're willing to have another session with us. And with that place that I believe you all entered, let's field some questions or stories or thoughts. And I don't know that you want to stand the whole time, but they're not here to talk with me, so yeah. Okay, and there's a microphone back there, and I can pass this one off too.
Name's June, and I was born in 1960, and I'm a little nervous about speaking because I'm not sure if there's any place for somebody like me in this, but because I'm not really interested in self-flagellating as if I'm personally responsible for all the problems of the world. I get tired of hearing people say that, oh, you're a boomer, you're a terrible person. But one insight I had just yesterday, I'm an engineer, I'm a very analytical person, and I was taught to step back and be objective about things, so that's sort of where I come from in my thinking. And I hear people saying, oh, we need to have more nuclear, for instance, which gives me the heebie-jeebies from my own background. Sorry, can people hear me? Okay. Pardon? Oh, nuclear. Yeah, wanting to build more nuclear power plants, but that's just one thing where I instantly jump to details, and especially long-term things like, you want more nuclear, but we never solve the problem of what to do with radioactive waste, so why would you want to add to that problem? Or things like electrify everything. Well, that's putting all your eggs in one basket. What happens if the grid crashes and we're all without heat, for instance? Or, oh, I don't know, stuff like that. And I jump to things that could come back and bite you, and it seems irresponsible of me, it seems irresponsible to me to not talk about those kind of details. But then I realized that the younger people, and from my point of view, that's kind of everybody under 40, are thinking more in crisis mode, that we've got a planet that's changing more rapidly than we even believed it would, and that we have to stop putting more greenhouse gases into the atmosphere now. We've got to stop, do everything but everything that's, I do have a point I'm getting to. Everything but everything, regardless of what the details might be long-term. So for instance, the nuclear thing, nuclear power plants, we've developed the technology to be safe with them. The only greenhouse gas they put out is water, which will come back down as rain and snow, so we don't worry about that. And radioactive waste, hey, we'll deal with that problem later. Right now, we got the immediate crisis to solve. And once I realized that yesterday, I've been there with other things, with going into crisis mode, and it does really change your thinking. It explained to me why when I bring up details that are more long-term, people see it as me stalling or not being committed enough or something along those lines. So basically, I just wanted to put that comment out there.
Make sure this works. I think it does.
Well, I do appreciate that because there is an urgency that plenty of young people feel and I feel because we have already shifted geologic epochs, so, you know, it's an emergency. But I do understand your point of it being like we have to make smart decisions instead of immediate decisions. If that's what you're trying to say, is that what I'm hearing? But it's just, I go back to my thing of like, so many answers seem so obvious to a 12-year-old. Like, everything seems so clear. And then, you know, but when you look at it from a human standpoint instead of the standpoint of the whole world in general, it's a lot more complicated. And there's a lot more to grab onto and justify, you know, things that wouldn't work or things that would take much longer. So it is really hard because we have to sift through the things that would cost us even more instead of having it like immediate. So I get what you're saying, and that's a really hard thing to figure out.
I want to follow up on Gigi's comment and yours and say I think we need to distinguish between the crisis that is emergency room crisis and crisis as the permanent state of affairs for as long as we live. I mean, we're in crisis and that will continue. For a very long time, but because we've changed geological epochs. And Homo sapiens have lived in the same geological epoch for 12,000 years. We haven't known any other than the Holocene. So if you're moving into uncertainty as your home, rather than episodic uncertainty or crisis in the emergency room, it's a different way of adaptation that you have to come up with. And I think we're capable of doing that. We are capable of doing that. But it doesn't work to just always say crisis, 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 and mean short-term crisis. You have to come up with the fact that we don't know how to live in a different geological time when Earth's crust itself is changing. That's just another huge challenge, but that's the one we're up against.
No, because I also share your concern with like, because I'm a biochemistry major at school right now, and I took a study abroad trip to Germany, and we talked all about, Germany's, history of using nuclear energy. And so, no, I totally share your concerns because kind of where, I also get concerned about it is, right now we're living with the consequences of the choices made like long before I was born and before I think even many of us were born. And so, it's the fear of, we're in this key juncture of having to make a decision about, where our resources go to, change, if we're going to change, where we're getting our energy from. We are going to be making a key decision, and, my fear is that my kids, my grandkids, are going to be having to live with the consequences of, whatever decision we make now. And it's not a decision to be made lightly, and, it's this kind of fear of, like, there is is there a perfect solution to, our energy crisis? I don't know about that, but we need to be very thoughtful and intentional about, where we divert our resources to try and fix the problem as to not create a new one, in the future.
One thing that adds to my resentment thing is that we have dug ourselves into this hole where we can't see a solution. It's not, even though it seems obvious to me, it's not, because we have we've stripped ourselves of a lot of options because we've either used them all up or we've, limited ourselves. So, we don't have as many ways of fixing our problems as we would have, if we nipped it in the bud when we were getting into them. But now we're so far along that it's kind of hopeless in some senses. So.
We do. Thank you. Yes, Linda. We have an online question too when the time comes. I'll add that.
I'm still gathering my thoughts here. I agree with the comment down here by the engineer. I've got it. I've got just background, 9 years of higher education in all the sciences, not just one. I'm concerned about the quick solutions that we seem to be coming up with. And, well, there's one floating out there to put an umbrella up in space to shield. I mean, that's just bad science. And electrification, it's not really an answer. I would like to suggest that we need to define what the real problem is. I think that climate change is a symptom. It is not the problem. It is a problem, but it's not the problem. The problem is lack of, I'm forgetting the word, sustainability. We need to move towards sustainability. And we need to look at each answer we come up with to see if that is going to lead us to sustainability. Without sustainability, whatever we do, we're probably making the problem worse. And we need to have some kind of a way of looking at our solutions to evaluate that. I would like to suggest, I don't know how many know about Donella Meadows. She was a pioneer in systems thinking. She with others, while she was at MIT, they wrote a book, Limits to Growth. And she also wrote a little book which was published after her death called Thinking in Systems. But Donella came up with 4 very basic principles of sustainability. 1, we don't use up natural resources any faster than the system can replace them. This is how we fit in to our ecology. Number 2, we don't use up non-renewable sources any faster than we can find a substitute for them. 3, not to produce waste any faster than our ecosystem can handle it. And there's a third one which seems not to be related, but it is. There must be an equitable distribution of wealth. And I would add power so that everybody has a say. Nobody's excluded. We haven't done any of that. We haven't done any of that. If we evaluate our answers as best we can with just those 4 principles, I think we'll avoid a lot of trouble. But we need some kind of standard. My point is, we need some kind of standard to judge our answers. We do need to make bring some of these solutions rather quickly, because the hole is getting deeper the longer we delay. But we also don't want to make quick ones that make more trouble. Just one last comment. The basic problem is overconsumption. We passed a tipping point 3/4 of a century ago. The population went past the population that the Earth can sustain. And now, back then it was 2 to 3 billion when I was born. Now we're at 8 billion. That really gets in the way of our having a sustainable situation. And it pretty much means that not all of us are going to make it through what we're going through. But we need to understand how we got here and how we can avoid it in the future.
We'll to you next.
Okay. First of all, thank you. I was very glad that you outlined the 4 principles of sustainability, because the very first question that comes to mind when I hear people say, we have to find a way to live sustainably is, what is it you want to sustain? And the answer to that question varies very widely. And very often it doesn't get to those 4 principles. Basically, what they want to sustain is their way they're presently living. So I'm very grateful you did that. I would emphasize in particular the role of systems. And lots of us aren't accustomed to thinking in terms of systems, because we have a very strong individualism in this country that cultivates a strong sense of individual responsibility. That's good, but if you don't get to how systems work, then you don't understand how even good personal responsibility may contribute to problems, because you don't realize how it ramifies through systems. And I think especially your last of the 4 points, and it's a question here of power. And in the book to the grandsons, I constantly kept coming back to systemic inequality and systemic racism. You won't get to sustainability if you have huge portions of the population that don't have resources or opportunity to participate in those for moves. So thank you very much.
Well, I think something that I do a lot of thinking when I can't sleep and I'm just staring up at my ceiling.
I think you do a lot of thinking when you are.
But I do think that something that comes to mind when I think about sustainability is how deeply we've attached ourselves to our habits as a society. How we've kind of like locked ourselves in our ways of life as a whole, and which makes it seem like though the answers seem simple, though there are ways of creating sustainability that seem obvious or easy to kind of slide into and just make them a part of our lives, though that's all true, it would seem weird or inappropriate or impossible even to alter our ways of being as a people so much so that we can adopt those new changes. So I feel like that's where some of my hopelessness comes in, is that how strongly we've grasped our ways of thinking and our ways of living day to day. That kind of restriction is frustrating, because then it seems like we can't fix anything as quickly as we should be able to.
No, yeah, I'm thinking about it from, in a sense of like my academic background of biochemistry. Even though in biochemistry, I definitely spend most of my time in the chemistry department causing chaos. But one of my, the chair of our chemistry department at Augsburg is a really big advocate for this concept of green chemistry and has done green chemistry, yeah. And so he's done a lot of amazing work advocating for the practice of green chemistry in collegiate settings. And one of the kind of core concepts for it is when you're doing any type of reaction or experiment, you're focused on what we call atom economy. So how many molecules or different atoms you're putting into the reaction versus what you're getting out and what comes out as byproducts, and also, you know, can those byproducts or your actual intended product be reversed back into a usable format. And so we use a lot of reusable catalysts and stuff like that. And so I think about it in kind of terms of atom economy in chemistry of, you know, what are we putting in, what are we taking out, you know, what does it take to, you know, reverse things back into, you know, how they once were, and being really attentive to what goes in, what comes out, and, you know, what can be done with it. Is it still usable? But, you know, I work with that on a microscopic scale in school, and so I like to think about that being translated to a, you know, macroscopic scale with all of our, you know, resources that we're, you know, what we take out of the earth, what becomes of it. Is there a way that we can put it back into the earth, in a usable form for the environment? Is the way I like to think about it.
Yeah, there's a question here and a question back there, and we'll remember our online question.
That's okay. I just wanted to, Linda Jorgensen, I live in Washburn, Wisconsin, but I think that this is wonderful that our churches are marrying to our deep faith wisdom teachings. Some of the things that we are actually able to move forward in this scary time, and that's what I wanted to reassure the young people here today too, that in my lifetime, I have experienced my grandparents living in a totally different and happy way. And they didn't have a lot of clothes, they didn't have all these electronic toys, they didn't have TV, they went to the library and got books, they were big readers, they played music, they entertained themselves with card games. And they ate well because they grew their own food in their own backyard. And they weren't at any stretch of the imagination believing that they should grow up to be billionaires. That's our lifetime. We have that experience. It's not gone away from us. We don't have to read about it in books. It's in our childhood. And so I think it's great that our churches look now at what are the biblical wisdom stories, and they are limiting what we're trying to acquire and sharing our wealth and abundance, because we live in abundant communities. Now, what is important and is very difficult for us is to say, what's driving greed? And that is got to stop. It's just got to stop. And that is something none of our churches want to talk about, because it begins to polarize people into
political camps. But you know, people have talked about greed from the beginning of the human race. So let's get down to it and to say, you know, do we need any more billionaires in America? Because they can't even spend $1 billion, $1 billion in their lifetimes. They can't buy enough things. They can't buy enough property. They can't buy enough yachts. They can't take enough trips. They only have 80 years of life to consume stuff, and $1 billion won't even be, it'll be given to their grandkids. It won't be spent by them. So in limits to growth, we really have to take on the beast in the middle of our room, and we in America live in the belly of the beast, because we go around telling all these other people that, oh, live your simple life there in Africa, live your simple life there in India, and we don't live our simple life. You know, we have multiple cars, we have bigger houses than we need, we have vacations all around the world that blow stuff into the atmosphere, and they keep looking at us like, why can't we have the same? So it would be great if people in our audience could share how difficult it is to bring that up in their faith communities.
Can I? Oh, right now?
Yeah, right now. It isn't just my grandparents. I remember them well. I never had plastics as a child. That's something very new. And look what kind of a problem we have. There's more plastic pieces in the ocean than there are stars in the sky. It happened very, very fast. I want to just pick up on your point of tapping into faith traditions and addressing these issues. And I see Diane Jacobson standing back there. It's very interesting to me that in eco-theology, we have both the discussion of the complexity of present problems, like plastics, and at the same time, a resurgence of attention to ancient traditions in addressing them. So it isn't that we've cut off the past, it's that we have to tap into the past, whether it's the eco-dimensions of biblical teachings, or I take some kind of weird consolation in the fact that most Christians have, over the millennia, lived their lives on a spectrum that ran from hard to terrible. And yet, they danced, they celebrated, they feasted, they enjoyed one another's company, they praised God in the midst of a hard, or all the way to terrible, lifetime. So who are we to think that as Christians today we should be exempted from having to live the way most Christians have had to live? Now, I don't want to sound like I'm denigrating any of the important things. I'm 85 years old. I'm grateful for the health care that's been available to me. I don't want to go back to what even my grandparents had as available to address their cancers. You know, so this isn't a naysaying to the enormous benefits of modernity. It is a naysaying to the fact that we've taken it in a direction that is no longer able to be sustainable in the way that the planet requires. And one of the things we have to do is mimic nature in certain crucial ways. Now, nature is always a teacher. It's not always a teacher of morality, but it's always a teacher. And In nature, natural wastes become food. All of them, they become food. How do we turn all of our waste into food for the human and the other than human world? Well, you got to pay attention to how nature does those things. Okay.
Well, I like your point about greed because at this point, looking at it from a youth's perspective, it seems as if we, from the very beginning, have always had an image in our mind of needing more, and then bigger, and then better, and then more. And we have turned that into making money for ourselves. And the very point of companies now today is shadowed by making money out of it. So like you see company mottos like blah, 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 trust us, we'll make your lives better. But they don't want to make your lives better. They don't care about your life at all. In most cases, it's all getting a job and making money, and then, making more money than the next person, and then eventually becoming millionaires, and then having a beach house. Because that's basically, for the most part, what we focus on in life now. That's where we've gotten to in all these years of evolution. We've just made things more accessible and more for our own good, to the point where we've forgotten what it actually means at all. So I do like your point about greed, because boy, we wouldn't really have the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, which is the size of 3.5 Frances actually. We wouldn't have that at all if it weren't for our consumer mindset and our always needing more. So I think that it's unnecessary to keep having that now, because now the point just isn't there anymore. So
yeah, because I think there's this issue of monetary greed for sure, but I feel like another aspect of greed that, I think everyone is guilty of in some aspect or another, myself included, is, this desire, this greed to have an easier life, to, the ease, the, convenience that certain things bring. Single-use straws, single-use, like plastic water bottles, cans, packaging, all this stuff. Is a sense of convenience that I think we've definitely become accustomed to, especially the electronics industry of, to my 7th grade math teacher who told me I'd never have a calculator in my pocket all the time. Who's laughing now? No, we've definitely gotten, super used and accustomed to a much easier life in some respects. But we're definitely having to, reap the, face the consequences of a quote unquote easier life. And so I think it's really interesting to think about, greed, not just in a monetary aspect, but also, being, greedy for, a sense of convenience and ease.
Just me. I just have a non-technical question, and it's basically, how do you start a conversation with somebody that has their mind made up, or is it worthwhile? And I'm also thinking about my grandkids. I'd like to start a conversation about where they're at on things. So I'd like to hear your thoughts, if you have, regarding just some kind of conversation with somebody that has their mind made up. And I can give you a quick example. I was with a bunch of friends, and the conversation was about the weather changes and all the rainfall and extremes and stuff like that. And I thought, well, maybe this is an opportunity to say something about climate change. Well, I started into that a little bit, and boy, did I get beat down. They got all kinds of excuses that it wasn't climate change, it was all kinds of other reasons. So I guess my question is basically, is it worthwhile engaging in conversation with people, with somebody with their mind made up? And then also on the grandkids part too.
Well, I will say I just came from Reverend Emily's workshop or arc building session before this that was on that very topic of, having meaningful conversations, across, differences of, of opinions, and also just like, how do you have a conversation with someone if like your morals are just so, just wildly different. And she had made some really great points in that art building session that I really appreciated, that, the biggest things, that she talked about were, not viewing it as a me versus them, but also, having a conversation and asking them, like, why do you, like if you have a difference of opinion about, the climate crisis, asking, what is your understanding of it? And so that way you both, know where each other's coming from, and you can be like, okay, well, I have a different understanding of it. And, you might have some wildly different opinions on the subject, but like looking for even just small similarities that you can, you can start off as being common ground. Like, okay, we can at least, we agree on this, and trying to, have a, create this sense of common ground, and acknowledgement of each other as, having valid points and coming from a, from unique perspectives and treating them as such. But she did a really great art building session just before this about that topic.
I had that very same question, and I feel like that's so hard because something that I've heard a lot recently and that I completely agree with is people are taught to hate and people are taught to think the way they think. So when people have such a strong mindset about something, and it's not only, like, it's not just my favorite color is pink and yours is green, and we can get along about that. It's, this is how our life is, and this is how I see our life, and I choose to fix it or not to fix it, to care or not to care, which is so much bigger. And that's my question too, is like, how do we dig far enough in to make an impact in somebody's mind? Because that's why wars start, is because people can't agree. People can't make the other person see the way they see something, and then they kill a bunch of people.
I think as human beings we're motivated by love, joy, and beauty, and also by fear, hate, and terror. So I like to try to start the conversation by saying, what is it that you love and that you hope for your grandkids to have that you love? And sometimes by starting it, by asking about people's loves, you find places of overlap, whatever their politics are. Now, it doesn't always work, but sometimes it does, and that's a kind of good grounds for the conversations. The other thing is that, and I'm glad for these two, is that my generation has to listen very, very carefully to the, in my case, the grandkids generation, because, as I said this morning, and as they have said, they live in a different planet than I do. So we've got to tune in to where they're coming from. And the last thing I will say, and it strictly is an aside, but I don't think it's helpful to talk about climate change. And the reason isn't only because it's a symptom of a deeper problem. It's that the term is not exact. Climate is the long-term patterns of weather. And the people who say, well, the climate is always changing, are right. Because the weather is famous for being changeable. What's more helpful is to talk about, and the way the scientists do it, it's climate system change. It's changes in the way in which weather is generated. And if you start talking with folks, have they noticed any difference in the weather now over several years, like not having winter in Minnesota, for example? You sometimes can get into a discussion of what systems have changed that generated this. And then you avoid this, well, the climate is always changing, or no, it isn't, it is. You know, that imprecision about climate change. But that's an aside.
I guess I have a microphone, so I'm going to go ahead. Oh, go ahead. No.
We're going to have to do shorter responses and questions now, because in about 5 minutes we're going to be doing the sending, and then moving sending into the reception, which we hope you all stay for. And I want to make sure that the person who asked this question online this morning, if they're still listening, that they get to hear that we respected their question. So you can go, and I saw there was one other person. We'll just have. What's that? Another one was here. Go ahead. Was here. Okay.
I'll try to go as quickly as I can, but it was really important for me to hear this morning just how the focus on recognizing the beauty of our creation and praising that, and just hearing all three of the different ways that you find beauty in your studies, in just going out and seeing the flowers, and all the many ways that you have been observant, Larry, over the years. And I have a daughter that she's getting ready to go to college, and one of her things is environmental studies, and it's just so interesting to see around. Most schools now will have an emphasis, or some kind of a major environmental studies or something. That I think is a step forward, that there is more and more focus on young people having the opportunity to study the environment, sustainability courses, and all of those kinds of things. And just in your studies or your observations or your life experience, what on the horizon, what is something revolutionary that could happen to help us move past systems, past ideology, past, I don't know, because it seems like there's something revolutionary needs to happen if we're dealing with something that is, that we're living now and is going to be the reality for a long time.
So this is great. I'm going to, I should have this. Okay. Well, I am making a decision. If you could succinctly ask your question right now so they can respond, and then Melinda, if you could ask your question at the same time, and then they can respond to the one that they would prefer responding to, because just time-wise. So it's just summarize your main point.
In your experiences, now you're becoming the bridge because you're the younger generation, you've been in college. What are the things in all of these opportunities that you have before you, because you do have opportunities? That's something wonderful. What is out there? What are you learning about potential things that could make a revolutionary difference?
Okay. Great, thank you.
I sort of have a similar question. I've been hearing a lot about how we can talk with people with whom we have different ideas. As I see it, it comes down to an issue of power. And I want to know how you think about the issue of gaining power so that we can deal with what's happened to Earth.
So here you go. All of them are very
About the opportunities thing, this is an opportunity, and I am so glad that I had it. And I write a lot about the climate crisis, and I write a lot about a lot of social things that are happening now. But at my school, I see opportunities, but mostly what I see is kids addicted to their phones, not doing things. So I know we have opportunities, and I know there are a lot of ways that we can take action, but I don't see large numbers of 12 and 13 and 14-year-olds doing their best to take those opportunities. And about the other question about, I'm going to let other people answer the first one.
Do you want to answer this?
Oh, well, the second one was that one, power. That one begs the question of the thing that we were talking about earlier about the mindset of needing more and more and more, because people aren't laying on their bedroom floors and looking at the stars, and they're thinking imaginatively, but usually it's just about creating something bigger and better instead of thinking imaginatively about, fixing something or, looking at a flower or painting a picture of something or, So I feel like the power that we consider to be predominantly like the leading things or having a lot of money, that those are restricting us and holding us back. So I feel like we just need some laying on the bedroom floor right now, and I don't know how that'll happen. I don't know how people are going to step down off their podiums. So.
A couple more comments on power. First of all, it's not a negative word. It's just the capacity to affect some consequences. And I think we have to pay attention to two things. One is what we've already talked about, and that's gaps in power, whether it's intra-human, between groups, wealthy and poor, or along racial, ethnic lines. That has to be addressed. And one thing we want to keep in mind is that where the gap is smallest, in those societies that have come closest to equality, their treatment of their country, their land, is also far better. There's a correlation there between equality within the society and the well-being of the land and society, or the waters and society. Which brings me to power on the other side, which isn't often paid attention to, and that is the power between human beings collectively and the rest of nature. We don't stop and think much about how much power we exercise, and what in the name of humility needs to change on our part vis-a-vis the rest of the land and what other than human life requires in order to flourish, and what kind of reciprocity is required between human beings and, to use Luther's terms, all the creatures.
Thank you. Well, did you have a response? Yeah, okay, thank you.
No, for the power thing, I totally agree in the sense of like, for me, power is like, to have power is to have influence, and how do we, further the influence that we have. I think part of me also struggles with the idea of, we can have influence, we can, an influence comes from, gaining attention about, certain issues. And that comes from, having conversations and things. One of my kind of, small fears is that, we talk about it all the time. We have conversations. We talk about all the things we want to do, but at the end of the day, it just stays as words and doesn't translate into action. Because a lot of this work is much easier said than done. Of we should do all these things, we have to do all these things to make change, but then it comes down to it, and it's much harder than just talking about it. And then in terms of the opportunity thing, I feel like I'm at such an interesting point in my life of I really can kind of go any direction I want, and I'm really excited to see where my education takes me in, I've always been very adamant of like, I want to obtain an education and I want to use what I'm able to learn to, better my neighborhoods that I live in and my planet, for those who come after me. And, when it comes to opportunities and fixing things, I've just been like really hyper fixated recently on this worm that we've discovered that can eat styrofoam and like digest styrofoam. And it's so like, cause like if you think about it, there's all of these, these undiscovered things that, we've never had styrofoam, like styrofoam's a recent thing. So how would we know that there's a worm out there that can digest styrofoam? And I'm really excited to, be entering a field where, I get to, help participate in, learning all these new things and making new discoveries that can, potentially help future generations.
Thank you. Wow. I can tell this isn't supposed to end, but it is indeed supposed to end. I will just give you the question that we didn't have a chance to address, and you can absorb it. This is from one of our live stream participants. They said, and I guess they'd be addressing you, and you don't get to answer it in the group setting. What places matter most to you? Where are your own sacred places? Where do you feel most safe and heard? Lovely question to end with, and I believe there's great power, transforming power in love and curiosity between generations. Real love and real curiosity between generations, and thank you for exhibiting that today. Yeah. And Ben, I believe you're here to send us our sending worship.
Yes, thanks. My name's Ben Stewart. I'm pastor at Emmanuel Lutheran in Two Harbors and a member of the EcoFaith Network leadership team. And just so full of so many good things today. We have, if you could look in your packet, you'll see a brief sending rite that we're going to have. Two things I want to say as we begin. One is with this intergenerational theme, and not just in paper, but on the flesh, it's made me think about this question asked across generations: where were you in the flood? Where were you in the flood? And for all of us, the answer to that question is complex. But today, you were here. We were here building arks. Let's keep doing this. Let's make our churches places of ark building, welcoming all our relations in. It's one of our oldest stories. Two things in this rite. You'll be asked to, in your heart or aloud, say something that you're thankful for, that you learned in our big group gatherings, and then something that you're inspired by in these smaller breakout sessions. So you can speak it, you can think it. Everybody have their packets ready to go? All right, here we go. Let us pray. Creator of our wondrous world, be with us as we depart. Remain with us as we all follow our own paths. Blessed are you, creator of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth praise your holy name. Blessed are you, creator of mountains and the deep, forests and field, land and sea, mountains and valley echo with your praises. Blessed are you who fills your creation with life. All life on earth rejoices in your presence. Blessed are we, your creatures, great and small. We, your people, together with all that on earth do dwell, raise our voices in thanksgiving. We give thanks for wisdom shared in our gathering today. We give thanks for Larry, Gigi, and Carson, Terry Tempest Williams, Beauty and Wonder. We give thanks for arcs. We are learning to build toward a renewed and restored creation. We give thanks for welcoming the pollinators back, energy, solar panels. Let us go out into your beautiful creation, inspired and empowered to build new arcs. Grant us hope and courage to form arcs to a renewed and restored creation. Thanks be to God. Alleluia. The cool thing is, you were going to have me sing this to you, but Tom Witt and Mary Preuss walked in, and so I recruited them to lead this. And I think the first time I ever heard this hymn sung, it was by Tom and Mary, and what a treat.
Thank you. So great to be here with a bunch of my relatives, too. That's really fun. Not just all my relations, they really are my relatives, my cousins. Tom's trying to wonder if that piano works. Oh, Tom, beautiful grand. I'm going to sing the refrain for you, and then let's all sing it together. And then you can listen to the first verse, and then see if you want to join me on the verses after that. Sounds like this. When you send forth your spirit, we are renewed, we are renewed. When you send forth your spirit, we are renewed, we are. Here I go. Manifold your works, O God of might, maker of the earth, the air, the light, waters great and wide and all therein, creatures that abide, let life begin. When you send forth your spirit, we are renewed, we are. When you send forth your spirit, we are renewed. Here we go. When we look to you to give us food, open your hand, fill us with good. When you hide your face, we are dismayed. When you take away our breath, we fade. But when you send forth your spirit, we are renewed, we are. When you send forth your spirit, we are renewed. Let's jump to verse 4. Now the evil cease upon the earth, wickedness no more shall be of worth. Praising God shall be our only goal. Hallelujah, blessed be God, my soul.
Amen. Go forth renewed, full of the spirit of all creation. Let us go forth to build arcs in God's creation. Thanks be to God. Amen. The reception awaits. Let's go.